You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, April 5th, 2023, Wednesday night at around 11 p.m. And today we are playing this game here by Cryptic Killers called Murder at Mediluck Medicines. Before we get started, let's just catch up on a few things, check in with the chat. Jonathan says, hope Jesse's recovered from the Deadbolt stream 9 hours. Yes, okay, so Monday, 2 days ago, we played a game from Deadbolt Mystery Society on short notice called Down the Rabbit Hole. We just picked a game based on audience choices, and it was significantly longer than I expected. 9 hours is right up there at the top length of our streams. We have another 9-hour one, but boy, that was pushing it. And I got quite frustrated at a couple points, but I think most of that blame is user error, and thank God I had the chat to help me. Not all of it, though. I had my criticisms of the game. As you know, we do our reviews after we play them, which we'll do for this one as well. So I hope the regulars should have a pen and paper notes handy to keep notes about their favorite moments of the game, least favorite moments, and thoughts to give when we finish playing. I gave my final thoughts. I had some complaints. In one way, it veered off from the Deadbolt Mystery Society pattern formula in that some of the puzzles felt a little bit more busy work and prone to error. But overall, it still had a good big chunk of psychology and narrative and story. There was a lot of bang for your bucks in that box. Some alliteration for you, and I would recommend it. And I think maybe if I was a little less, I don't want to make any excuses, but a different group might not get stuck on the puzzles that we got stuck on. It was satisfying, though, and it proved the thing that we've proved over and over here, which is that if you stick with it, you will figure it out. At least if you have the chat to help you. Okay, the chat is also talking about a show recommendation that I've made twice now called The Fall, which is really quite good. It is dark. Anna says, it's a good show, but dark. I can only watch a few episodes at a time. It feels, part of the reason why it can be a little hard to watch is because it feels a little too real. Real in a way, like there are whole sorts of movies and TV shows you watch, and you don't realize they're bullshit. You don't realize how wrong some of the notes are until you watch some other show and you're like, whoa, this person is giving me an insight into this, or is telling this story or directing in a way that feels much more viscerally real than these other fake shows I've been watching. To me, it feels like whoever, this guy Alan Cubitt, who wrote, created, and directed these shows, like, he is a little too familiar with serial killer dark stuff. Yeah, he's like, this guy knows the field, has done some interviews, and knows a little bit about the history of some of these people. Season 3 is a very different feel. It's a change of pace, but the first 2 seasons are amazing. Season 3 is a much slower burn. Okay. So let's talk about Cryptic Killers and what we're doing today. We've played, there's a bunch of these games. In fact, these are the 3 that I have now, and we've played one before, Murder of a Marine Biologist. We've played that on the channel. Today we're going to play Murder at Mediluck Medicines, and here's the other one I have. And if we look at, they sell them direct, but they also sell them through Amazon. And here's their little summary of difficulty levels. They all play, actually it's not quite true. They play anywhere from 2 to 3.5 hours. You can see Murder at Mediluck is 4.5 out of 5 difficulty. So it's tied with their most difficult game, tied with Murder of a Musician. I actually can't see behind the camera and see all of that information. But so this is their most difficult one. It's brand new. It's just been released in the last month. And you can see there's one more that isn't out yet, Murder at Melvale Manor, which looks like it's a 4 out of 5 difficulty. So I think we'll pick that up. The only ones I haven't picked up are the ones that are like the Murder at Movie Theater and at the Casino 3.5. That feels like they're shorter, maybe they're easier. So I'm not 100% sure I'll want to play those, but we'll play the more difficult ones first. I will absolutely pick up the Murder at Melvale Manor when it comes out, if this one is good. The first one that we played, Murder of a Marine Biologist, was quite good. Quite a good variety of puzzles. And if you want to know the ground rules for these games, some of this genre, these cold case, document dump games use the internet, some don't. These do use the internet. It looks like the basic instructions here are the same as the one we played before, the Marine Biologist, 3 hours, adults 14 and up. In fact, one thing I just noticed here is that the author is the same on all 3 of these. These are from the UK, and they all say author Ben Colpus. I don't know if Ben is the author of all of the Cryptic Killer games, but he is the author of all of the difficult ones that we have our hands on. So that's promising, although I don't know how he's creating these so quickly. All right, what else should we talk about? You know already that this is a game that you can only play through once. If you think you might want to play through this on your own, you can pick this game up for about $25 on Amazon or Amazon UK. If you think you might want to do that, you should turn off the stream before we get started, or you can turn it off after we read the introduction. Play it on your own and then come back and watch this playthrough to see, or skip around to see how we did differently. If you do want to join me instead, I'll say all the things that I sometimes forget to say. If you're playing with me, with my copy, one of the things you could do for the company in return, in exchange for the fact that you haven't bought a copy, I bought this copy myself, is to go leave a review for them on Amazon. The other thing that's nice about that is that you could imagine, if you're a company that makes these games, you might think, is a live stream playthrough of my game going to reduce my sales because people might watch it? I mean, the truth is, so few people want to watch an 8-hour or 6-hour stream. But still, one of the ways you can make up for that concern is by posting reviews of the game if you like it. You might even consider giving a thumbs up to this video or subscribing. All right, what else should we talk about? I think we should try to avoid another 9-hour stream. So if we start to go long on this and we feel like we're past or near the halfway point and it's taken us 5 hours or so, maybe we'll end this stream now and continue tomorrow. And then the last thing I want to say is that this marks the first stream where the air conditioner is on in quiet mode in the background. I don't know how much you can hear it, how distracting it is. I will need to find a way to be able to have the air conditioner on in the background. But I do have some more options I can play with in terms of audio filters. I can put on some noise reduction that will at least eliminate the background noise, but I don't know if it'll mess with the voice so much. So right now, there's no filter on. There's no extra filter on blocking the air conditioning. It's just the fact that the mic is close enough to me that hopefully it's minimal. Matt says can't hear it at all. Okay, well, that's great news. But you guys let me know. I've turned off one of the normal filters I have on in my audio. But if you can hear it okay, that's great news, because even in the winter, in the fall, this room with all the lights and the computers gets warm. And as summer is approaching, it's going to get worse. And as the temperature rises, my frustration levels, my tolerance for frustration very rapidly gets tested. And I think that's what was happening a little bit on Monday. The heat was starting to get to me. All right. Anything else? Any projects you guys are up to that we could talk about before we get started here? I did a little more tweaking on my OBS. In fact, let me just test it here. If I turn this on, yeah, there we go. Okay. So you guys have to sit through some comments about my programming and the streaming software I'm using. One of the things I added was, which you don't see, is I've got a plugin that I wrote that splits the screen when there's text on the screen. So right now it's on the left of my screen, but it should be on the right of your screen. That just means when I look at it, it doesn't look like I'm looking in the wrong direction, hopefully. But part of the problem with that is when I put text on the screen, if it does that flip, if it cuts the screen in half and flips it, the text gets all messed up. So I have a new thing now. When I turn on the text, it undoes the flip so that I can actually read the text. Okay, that's fine. All right, shall we get started here? I'd love to hear more about projects you guys are working on, creative endeavors, but probably you need to just start talking about them as soon as the stream starts and not wait for me to ask. Feel free to advertise your stuff on this channel. I don't mean, not if you're advertise it once, tell us about it once. I don't mean, not inviting you to constantly advertise your business, but if you're doing some creative project, feel free to share it. YouTube will probably block you if you put in a link, but you can just spell out the link, whatever. All right, well, let's open this up and see what we got. Okay, same, they're all in the same format. This is not important, just a basic summary. 33 pieces of evidence, online content to analyze. Age 14 and up, 4.5 difficulty, okay. All right, let's see what we've got. It says, welcome to this immersive unsolved case file game by Cryptic Killers. Mediluck Medicines were in the process of developing a new sleeping pill when their formula was leaked online. Nell Ferp, a private investigator, had been hired to find the leaker so they could be brought to justice, but during the course of her investigations, Nell was brutally murdered inside Lab 7G12. The evidence that Nell gathered before her death has been sent over to the police for further analysis, along with new evidence that has come to light during initial police investigations. It's your job to piece it all together and work out who was leaking the information and, more importantly, who killed Nell. Your mission is simple. Read through the evidence, find alibis for the innocent suspects, and, through the process of elimination, find the killer. Instructions. As the lead detective working on this case, your aim is to find the killer or killers. Finding the killers won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all of the evidence provided, including any online content that is mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Having observed all of the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspects each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Through the process of elimination, we're confident that you'll bring the culprits to justice. This case file is divided into 3 parts. You must start with the envelope labeled Part 1, follow the instructions on the envelope, and do not open the Part 2 or Part 3 envelopes until you have been instructed to do so. Estimated playing time, Part 1, 1.5 hours, Part 2, 0.5 hours, Part 3, 1 hour. That's very nice of them. Normally we multiply that by 3. So that would give us 4.5, 5, 6, 9 hours. That would be my estimate with reading everything and just playing it slowly in breaks. Very important, missing evidence. Any missing evidence can be downloaded from the Central London Digital File Storage System. Links to download any missing evidence are provided on the back of each of the envelopes. Rewarding outstanding investigators. If you enjoyed solving this case, there are more cases available at cryptickillers.com. To receive a discount on your next purchase, please create a post on social media and tag us on it. When we've seen your post, we'll send you a unique single-use voucher code NB. These are fictitious crimes. Any resemblance to real people or events is unintended. Okay, so there's just 3 envelopes in here. We're taking part 1. We're not going to read the rest. 1.5 hour estimated time for part 1. Okay, it says, please open this envelope first. Check all contents are included. See the back of this envelope. Complete the objective stated in the internal memo. If you need help, see our hints page. Confirm your answer online. Move on to part 2 once you have confirmed your answer to part 1. Okay, a nice little official looking evidence checklist. And the game saying you can get any of these parts online. So if you were playing with someone else remotely, they could get access to all of these documents as well. Now, normally we don't bother checking that we've got everything on a new game, although some people would. And I have heard about, someone posted on one of our videos that they bought one of the adventure games that had been relicensed by the American company, and they got stuck and couldn't solve it because stuff was missing. So I think our general approach is not to bother checking everything. But if we get stuck, I think it would probably be smart of us in general in a game, if we really get stuck, to go check the contents list. In fact, we did that for Down the Rabbit Hole yesterday. All right, what have we got here? Internal memorandum, nicely official letterhead, Central London Police Constabulary. 26 January 2019, Detective P.L. Ayers. I'm assigning you to a new case. Yesterday evening, we had a call from the nighttime security officer at Mediluck Medicines reporting a murder at their London office on Victoria Street near London Victoria Railway Station. Security have been able to send us footage of what appears to be the murderer fleeing the scene. We only have a portion of the CCTV so far, so we're currently unsure of the suspect's whereabouts, but they might have been able to make a quick escape via the train station. The body was quickly identified as Nell Ferp, thanks to her security pass, which we've included as evidence in this file. Ferp was formerly an officer of this department who left several years ago to become a private investigator. It seems Nell had been providing investigatory services for Mediluck Medicine's CEO, Patrick Mediluck. Ferp's assistant, Michael Smith, has agreed to hand over the details of the case he and Ferp were working on in the hope it might shed some light as to the identity of the murderer. Please make sure you familiarize yourself with all of the details from their case. It's all in this envelope. I would start by reading through Nell's notebook entries and then move on to all other pieces of evidence. Nell had already started her investigative work and identified 5 key suspects, the 5 people who work in Lab 7G12. Your objective for Part 1 is to identify one of these 5 people as the prime suspect. That's a little unusual that Part 1 is picking a prime suspect. So we've got 5 suspects: Zoe Zink, Eddie Chen, Brittany Figg, Guy Hurley, Declan Lewin. When you think you've identified the suspect, follow the instructions on the front of the envelope labeled Part 1. All right, so we might want to give ourselves a card for each of our 4, 5, for each of our prime for each of our suspects. We'll work on that as it comes up. Okay. So it suggests, which we will certainly follow, that we start with her notes. The other thing we do when we play these games is we decide up front whether we think we should mark on them. It's a toss-up. Generally, if the game is easy, we won't mark on it. If we think the game's going to be too easy, we won't mark on it to make it a little more difficult for ourselves. Let's try not to mark on it so it can be passed along, but if we decide we want to, that's okay too later. Notebook entries, it suggests. Okay, oh, there's a second page here. Since this is a new case, we've created a new webmail inbox for you, which is more evidence linked to the murder. I'm unable to directly write down your 6-character password here for security reasons, but I'm sure you'll figure it out once you've read through all of the evidence in this envelope labeled Part 1. What I can tell you is that it's all lowercase. The link to the webmail is your username is whatever. The password clue is Ben left his Lab 7G4 and made his way to the entrance of the post room but got stopped by Lee outside Lab 7G7. Karen left the door closest to the cafeteria from conference room B, knocked for Ben at the lab he works in, couldn't find him, so tried knocking on the door to Lab 7G1 where Derek works. Lawrence left Lab 7G9 and stopped outside the site team office. On his way, he collected something from the back wall in Lab 7G12. Susie is new to her role and is shadowing Karen. Dave entered the building via rear exit and did a lap of the cafeteria before leaving via the rear exit. Derek was in the janitorial cupboard, don't ask why, and decided to get a drink, but as he opened the cafeteria door, he heard Susie calling his name from outside the lab he works in, so he made his way there, taking the shortest route possible. This is our password clue. This is our password reminder. This long set of stuff. All right. Well, okay, now we've got Coroner's report, which is odd because it wants us to start with her things. There's a lot of documents here. It wants us to start with her notes, though. Wow, I got a lot of stuff. Okay, Nell's notebook scans. Let's 3 pages worth. Let's start with those. I also noticed we've got her card. I guess let's look at that before we do, so we see who we're trying to bring justice for. Nell Ferp. There she is. She looks pretty young to be a PI, but maybe she was a star. Okay, it's a real plastic card. It feels real. Little barcode on it. Temporary access card, access level T. She was brutally murdered, don't forget. We're going to try to get justice for her. All right, well, let's read her notes. Nell's notebook scans. This was found in the victim's pocket at the scene of the crime. Friday, 18/1, January 18th, in other words. Remember, these are British dates. Fresh case, fresh notepad. I see. This is not Nell writing this was found. This is the case officer investigating Nell's murder, saying this was found in Nell's pocket. Met with Mediluck to discuss the case. He was worried the leaker might be a spy from a rival company engaged in industrial espionage. I came up with the idea that we might be able to get the security of Mediluck's rivals to keep an eye out for the members of Lab 7G12 to see if they ever go to a rival company's building. I added it might work better if we offer a cash reward. Find one of our suspects, claim the money. Get the security of Mediluck's rivals to keep an eye out. Mediluck agreed to this idea and was willing to put aside a couple hundred to wet the wheels below board. Of course, all cash. Mediluck, however, also raised the suspicion that one of the Lab 7G12-5 might be a victim of blackmail. He wouldn't, or rather couldn't say as to why he felt this suspicion, merely intuition, he said. Or maybe he was being blackmailed. Thankfully, I can say that I just about managed to stop myself letting out an exasperated sigh right to his face. Mediluck introduced me to the Mediluck security team. Remember, when she says Mediluck introduced me, she's talking about the CEO of Mediluck. CEO of Mediluck. Okay. So he introduced her to the security team, who provided me with the building's CCTV footage, in case it helped. There is a distinct lack of CCTV inside the building. Patrick claims it's intentional due to the secretive nature of the business. He also thinks it's too easy to mess around with the footage. Mediluck also had security provide me with an access card that offers the same access clearance as them. Couldn't help but notice that Mediluck's card has the same level of clearance. So she's got the same clearance as the CEO. That seems like she's getting complete access. Okay. Continuing on, Monday, January 21st. Okay, 3 days later. My inquiries to rival companies just brought up a lead. Security at Severn and Young said that Eddie had entered the building. I've just got Smith to surveil the entrance to the S&Y building in the hopes of catching Chen in the act. Okay, so one of our suspects is Eddie Chen. And what we hear report is now that he was spotted going into a rival's office, rival's building. Now they're going to try to catch him. Okay, so let's write this down. Eddie Chen. Okay, and then we're just going to say told, entered, Severn and Young. She says entered the building, so maybe this date is 21/1, maybe near this date. Okay, let's see. And Tina says, can't watch today, wish you all the best of luck, have fun. Okay. Tuesday, 22/1. Okay, next day. Snuck into the lab whilst all the buffoons were out to lunch. He doesn't like these guys. Only got a couple of minutes, but managed to find a few things. Did almost get caught by a postroom guy doing a parcel round. The chummy sort of person that likes to get to know and be friends with everyone. Said his name was Phil. Thankfully, I was able to brush him off without having to tell him I'm a PI. Okay, Phil is not on our list of people to care about. But, okay, Phil, the mailroom guy, likes to be friends with everyone. Okay, maybe he knows some gossip. All right, next day, Wednesday. Sitting in the Mediluck canteen today, lunch is subsidized by a very generous expenses arrangement with Mediluck. The old people watching from behind a newspaper technique, a bit cliche perhaps, but it works. So she's just saying she's hiding behind a newspaper watching people. Zoe Zink was sitting having lunch when her phone rang. She went as white as a sheet when she saw who it was. The only thing she said was, okay, before the call ended, at which point she got up and left, even though she had 3/4 of a shepherd's pie left to eat. Okay, here's another one of our suspects. Zoe Zink. And we're going to say that, we're going to note that on Wednesday, January 23, phone call suspicious at lunch. Okay, so we've got an approximate day and time. All right. I trailed her to a pub called the Checkered Lion. Seems pretty clandestine on the surface, but it was the kind of place where the clientele don't take too friendly to strangers. Went in, but couldn't see Zoe. Guess there's a back room somewhere. Stayed for a pint as to look not inconspicuous, but I think they were suspicious of me from the off, and it didn't seem wise to try my luck. Saw Zoe emerge from a staff-only room, though. So I guess there's something there. She left pretty quickly without seeing me. Left after one pint, though. I didn't fancy staying longer than I absolutely had to. Okay, so let's just add to here that she was in the Checkered Lion. Checkered Lion staff room. Okay. Anna says she said boffins, not buffoons. Boffins are scientists. I did not know that either. Okay, that was the... Never heard that term. Okay, here we go. Continuing her notes. This is the very next day. Thursday. Another lunchtime watching the lab 7G125 in the Mediluck canteen. Luckily for me, the food here is pretty good. Mediluck treats his employees well, it seems. Hot and cold meals, sandwiches, salad bar, soup of the day. I'm gonna miss this when it's back to staking out the unfaithful spouses. Postroom Phil sat down at the same table, eager to be Mr. Friendly Friend. Local gossip can be a useful source of information, but alas, he ended up mostly complaining about how cold it is in goods. In with the door open because the security people insist on being the only ones to control the shutters. And when he wasn't rambling about his bugbears with the security team as to why they would not give him a shutter switch key. He was raving about playing drums in his band. Okay, so something about this shutter switch key. Cold it is in goods. I guess that's like his department. And he says, goods, in with the door open because the security people insist on being the only ones to control the shutters. Something about the shutters, but it's not, it's a little weird what's going on there. Does that mean he can't close the shutters so the shutters are open, letting in air? I tried to steer the conversation to see if he had heard anything through the grapevine about the leak, when he seemed oblivious. If he does know anything, he keeps stumm. That's the German word, keeps quiet, I believe. Okay, and then next day, Friday. Had another lunchtime sneaking for clues in Lab 7G12. Spent the afternoon watching through the provided security footage. Alas, nothing particularly useful for the investigation. Found it hard to stay on task because it's pretty dull. If it wasn't for the ticking time code, I'd swear time stood still at points. Okay. Jonathan says, my read is security can open or close a loading dock shutter. He wishes he could close it shut without needing security. Okay, that's interesting. If you're right, if they're talking about a loading dock shutter, that means it's something someone could get in through, rather than like a window, a big giant loading dock. Okay, so those are her notes. We've now read her notes. The game doesn't give us any more guidance on what order it thinks we should go through these things. We've We vary in our strategies, but it seems like we might as well go through these in order. There's a big pile of them. It's going to take us a while to get through them. Let us start looking. Okay, so here's the coroner's report from the forensic department on Nell's death. We've just been looking at her notes. Sort of feel like we've got to know her. It's a little upsetting that she's dead. Okay, 126, which is the day after her last note. Barbara McPherson is the pathologist. Penelope Nell Firp, 36 years old. She looks young for 36, but maybe she's just using a young photograph. Okay, they didn't do toxicology on her. They did check for alcohol and drugs. That's a little confusing. They did an x-ray of her skull. Let's see what we've got here. Blunt trauma to the back of the head, lacerations on the back of the head. So a little pinpoint blunt trauma, like hit by a hammer maybe, and then a little laceration on the other side. Blunt trauma to the back of the head, lacerations on the back of the head. As the coroner conducting inquiry into the death of the deceased, and after considering the evidence to date, I present the following findings. Cause of death: intracranial hemorrhage from blunt cranial trauma. Victim was attacked with a blunt object, presumably one with sharp corners that punctured the skin. I estimate the time of death between 2000 and 2100 on Friday, 25 January. Okay, so between 8 and 9. 8 and 9 p.m. Okay, let's just make a note here. Time of death, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Friday, January 25th. Okay. And they've got some witnesses here. Mick Smith. You know what? Before we do this, I'm gonna make cards for all of our suspects so that I don't have to keep checking this page. So we've got Zoe and Eddie already. Let's add the ones we haven't met yet. Brittany Fig. Kai Hurley. And Declan Llewellyn. Okay. All right, witness statement, Mick Smith. He's over 18. Did they make a video recording of his statement? No. He's an executive assistant, 2 pages long, signed by the officer taking the statement, seems like. The last time I saw Nell and spoke with her was earlier this evening. Oh, he's the assistant of Nell. It was quitting time at the office, but instead of going home and sitting down with a takeaway or getting ready for a night out, as most people do on a Friday night, Nell said she was going to keep working. Specifically, she said she was going to wait a while and head back to Mediluck building after hours, after everybody had gone home, to look for clues when nobody was in the lab. I was joining my friends to celebrate my mate Paul's birthday, so I wasn't able to join her. She didn't seem fazed by going it alone. She had a lot of courage. Well, it's hard to do this job if you don't. So a while later, I got some texts from Nell. I must admit, all of the fun of the party, I wasn't paying attention to my phone. 40 minutes had passed since my last message to her, and that's when I felt something wasn't right. So I tried texting her and calling her, but she didn't answer, and I got a feeling in the pit of my stomach something had happened. So I rushed over to the Mediluck building. When I arrived, the police were already here, so here I am writing this statement now. I want to point out a couple things. In addition to the high quality of these documents, sort of the facsimile of the logos and the letterheads, notice that this looks like handwriting. Now, it may be a computer font. In fact, it does look like it's a computer font, but notice that they've gone to the trouble of making each different people use different handwriting, and it's very conspicuously different, very stylized handwriting. I'm not sure how many licensed, I think we probably talked about this the last time, but it makes these much more believable, and they're obviously real people's handwriting. Maybe a font, but scanned from someone's real handwriting. Anyway, it's quite nice to have distinctive handwriting for each person in case it ever comes up. Okay, so here's Patrick Mediluck's statement, the CEO. I hired Nell Ferp to look into the research scientists employed in Lab 7G12. This is one of our most important laboratories developing a new type of sleeping drug. It's one of our smaller teams with only 5 members at present. Came to my attention that some of the formulas for our work-in-progress sleeping drugs were being leaked onto the website. What does that word say? Poyuyt? Poiuyt? What kind of website is that? Point. All of that information is owned by the company, and as such, putting that information in the public domain constitutes theft. Of course, all our employees sign a non-disclosure agreement, so when they're employed here, to prevent them from doing just such a thing. The Mediluck legal department tried to get the Point administrators to take the leaked formulas down, but they're one of those websites that doesn't believe in copyrights and behave as they please. Of course, the information is only good if people know it's there, so I thought, to avoid drawing wider attention to the issue, to hire a PI who could weed out the leaker covertly. Once they found out who it was, they'd tell me, and I'd have said employee fired. No one else in the company need know. Okay, here's a statement by Tom Johnson, the night watchman. I work as the night watchman at Mediluck Medicines. Today I arrived for my shift just after 5:30 p.m. Caught up with the day team and shot the breeze for a while, then settled in for a night's work. Seemed like any other night, really. Sometimes people stay and work late, but on Fridays no one tends to stay later than 7:30 p.m. It's usually a real ghost town. I'm stationed in the security office for the night when the CCTV feeds show all of the entranceways to the building. Where the CCTV feeds show all of the entranceways to the building. All of the internal doors are locked with security codes and key card locks. So an intruder would find it pretty hard to get about inside. I think the only reason they even have a night watchman anymore is for insurance purposes or something. The beginning of the evening was uneventful as usual. Around 7:30, perhaps a few minutes before, I had to answer the call of nature. A number, too, if that's important. I flicked the kettle on in the cafeteria before heading to the toilet. On my way back to the cafeteria, walking past the printer bay, I heard a noise from the rear exit. I went to investigate, but the door was shut. I walked back to the security office, and that's when I noticed the doors slightly open to Lab 7G12. I had a look inside, and that's when I found the body stuffed in a cupboard. It was at this point I called the police. I wasn't sure who it was at first, but that's when I remembered the day team had told me earlier in the week that the CEO had hired a PI to weed out some mole or something. I wasn't given all the details and we hadn't been introduced. I checked the CCTV feeds. I saw they had run through the cafeteria at 2036 and left the building through the rear exit door. They had disguised their appearance with a fire blanket. Okay. So he goes to the bathroom, he comes back, he hears a noise. Around 7:30. 8:30 p.m. He goes to the bathroom. It could take him a while because he's going number 2, he says. He hears a sound, the rear exit. He goes to investigate it. He doesn't see anything unusual about it. It's shut. Goes back to his office. In the CCTV, he sees the lab door is slightly open. He goes inside and the body, she's been killed and stuffed in a cupboard. He goes back, he checks the CCTV feeds, and he sees that someone ran through the cafeteria at 2036 and left the building through the rear exit, which probably what he heard. He heard them leaving. And they had a fire blanket on top of them over their heads so the CCTV wouldn't pick up their identity. Okay. Now we've got a nice dense chart here of Nell Ferp's phone. There's its phone number. What have we got? So here's how we read this. She sent a message to Lyle Reed saying, hey, how's it going? He says, okay, yourself. She says, yeah, fine. Do you want to catch up for a pint this Saturday? He says, sure. What do you need to know? She says, can't someone just buy a pint for one of their closest friends? Sure can, but you don't. So what's it you need to know? Fine. The Checkered Lion pub on Good Street. Do you know anything about it? Anything surreptitious? Nothing concrete, but we have reason to suspect it's being used as a front for an organized crime gang. Sounds like she's talking to a cop friend of hers. Why are you interested? She says, I think one of my suspects might have some involvement with them. He says, they're meant to be very efficient blackmailers. Got a whole army of unwitting underlings. She says, if you know this, why haven't you done anything about it? Hey, we're working on it, okay? Investigations take time. She says, excuses, excuses. Stop dragging your feet. He says, fine. See if I ever help you again. She says, come on. I didn't mean it. You can take a joke. He says, anyway, they're not a nice bunch, to put it mildly, so I wouldn't make it your usual. She says, don't worry. I wouldn't make it my usual even if the drinks were free. He says, good. I'll see you at the bridge on Saturday then. Say 8. She says, works for me. See you soon. Then he says, this, of course, stays under your hat. She says, yeah, I know. I'm not stupid. Okay. What have we got here? More phone records from her. So it looks like they've reconstructed threads so that we don't have to, so they're not all interspersed, I guess. But let's see what we've got. This one is from January 23rd. At 6:45. This one is January 21st. I see. So these are matching with what we saw before. Like this is the day she tracked her to the Checkered Lion, and this is the earlier day when she got a tip off about the guy going into the competitor. She writes to Mick Smith. This is her executive assistant. Just got a tip-off from Severn and Young. Security guard saw Chen enter the building. Get over there, see if you can get some snaps. He says, okay, can do. She says, got one of them. Oh, he says, got one of them leaving the building, sending it over now. And he sent a picture of Chen entering, in this case, leaving the building of the competitor. She says, good job, Mick. He says, oh, but that's not all. While I was grabbing a coffee over the road from Severn and Young, I saw Hurley in the same cafe with some unknown woman. She handed Hurley a letter and a present. Pair of nice gloves in a box. Might not be anything important, but I thought I'd take some snaps anyway, sending them through too. Okay, so this is one of our other suspects, Guy Hurley. He's meeting with a woman who's given him a gift, or is he receiving it? Let's see. She handed Hurley a letter and a present. Okay, so we're going to make a note that he met woman. Does it say the name of the cafe? Same cafe. Across the road. Okay. So met woman at cafe across S and Y. He got letter and gift of gloves. And this is on January 21st. I'm a little, yeah. Is everything happening in 2019? Is that what these dates are? Yeah. This case is from 2019, I guess. That's what these dates are. The 21st of January 2019, I'm guessing, because all the dates are January. And then this would be Monday. Okay. Anything else to take note of here? How do they look? They look quite friendly. Like it's a romantic thing, right? This doesn't really look like a business deal. Doesn't say how long they met. Okay. So continuing about this meeting, he observed, doesn't seem particularly suspicious. He's just on a date or something. Did the letter say anything important? She writes to him. He says, I tried to take a peek when I went to the loo. It was just a bunch of symbols. Didn't look like English. Oh, a ciphered message. Did you manage to catch any of the conversation? She says. Well, on first pass, I heard her say, remember, you can't let anybody find out about it. On the way back, I heard him say, okay, don't worry. I'm going to add here, it was a cipher message. Okay, interesting. Good work. Don't forget to write up your overtime for the invoice. He says, will do. By the way, I asked our security contact at S&Y if they recognize the woman in the photo. He seems to think she's one of the execs there. Also, he said Eddie handed him a sheet of paper with his car registration written on it, as there was a queue for the sign-in book at reception, and he seemed in a rush. I'll bring it to the office so I get to expense my coffee. She says, okay, thanks. I'll have a search for the execs at S&Y on the internet. About the coffee? No. And then she says, just arrived at Mediluck. Crept past conference room A. Looks like something's going on there. I've just noticed a computer in lab 7G12 downloading sensitive information to a USB stick. I'm going to find a hiding place and wait for the owner to come back. Then she says, oh my God, they just removed the memory stick. Mick says, wait, what? Who? Now she's not responding by that. Okay, so her last conversation is at 8:34, and then he's asking, wait, who? And then she doesn't reply, and then 45 minutes later, she still hasn't replied, and he knows something's wrong. Okay, so we know what's precipitated her death. She's caught someone downloading information to a USB stick, and she got caught. and killed. All right. And then the woman that this guy met is an S&Y exec, we think. And she says she's going to check the S&Y website to see if she can't identify who this woman is, and we'll do the same soon. All right, well, we got the moment she was killed. That matches up with the security guard saying that he heard the door exit at 8:34. Now, what was this deal here? Also, Eddie, remember Eddie Chen is the guy that we saw go in and leave. Do we have a timestamp? Yeah, let's take a look. Eddie Chen, she gets a tip off from S&Y that he just entered the building at 4:31. And when does he snap the picture? 5:44. So he's in there for about an hour, Eddie Chen, before he leaves. Okay, so maybe we should note that. He's there for 1 hour, 15 minutes. From 16:31 to 17:44. Okay. And then the guy says, when I talked to the security, Eddie handed him a sheet of paper with his car registration as there was a queue. He seemed to be in a rush. Okay, so basically what they're saying is when Eddie came in, he was supposed to sign the book, but he's in a big rush, so he just leaves his car registration information and says, you sign me in. I don't have time to wait around and sign in. That's weird. Who carries around their car registration with them to help them sign in and leaves it there? That's weird. All right. So this looks like a screenshot from a website, the BAC Online Player. 1945 will also be available on catch-up. I'm not sure. All episodes available now. Current Affairs debate program chaired by Michael Lamprey. In today's episode, Michael Lamprey looks into the ethics of the pharmaceutical industry and is joined for a live debate in Belfast by executives from Paxter & Paxter, Mediluck Medicines, and investigative journalist Jill Wilkins, with special musical guests, the Windowsills. See previous episodes. Okay, so this was an episode that went live on January 25th, which is our date of her death. In fact, went live 45 minutes before she was killed. Okay, just for some reason that's relevant for us. What have we got here? CCTV. Okay, so this is CCTV of the person who escaped after murdering them, we think, with a fire blanket on top of their body. Let's see if we can catch anything important here. It looks like that might be sneakers. It's very hard to make out, though. And then we've got a glimpse of a bulletin board here. Trumpet for sale. Friday, Mediluck All-Star Band. At the Something King in Hackney. Okay. Not much useful for us there. Okay, here's the Bleat. British League for Ethical Animal Treatment. Bleat is a registered charity at Meadowbrook Farm, Hastings. Welcome to issue 26 of Give Me the Bleat, brought to you by Bleat. 18 January 2019. Hello. To all those brave enough to face the cold, we'll be having our winter fundraiser next Friday from 6 to 9 at one of London's finest inner-city farms. featuring a charity raffle and our farm, not pub, quiz. Tickets are £10 on the door. Hope you're available to make it. Agenda 6 to 7, quiz with Brittany Figg. 7 to 8, 2019 Outlook with Audrey Harrison. 8 to 9 p.m., question time with Bruce Reeves. 17 of January 2019. Our action against animal testing has already begun to hit the news, so the time has come to brave the slings and arrows the UK media will inevitably hurl our way. Be courageous, fellow bleeders, for the crusade is just. Of course, some media outlets are doing a rather sloppy job of reporting the issue. I know, big surprise, right? Well, let me say it right here, right now. We did not leak any information from Mediluck Medicines. As we have previously reported, they have ended their use of animal testing and we have no beef with them. It seems the Mediluck info was leaked by the anarchist group Sabotage, a group with which we have no affiliation or connection. Okay, so here's the first hint of possible suspect. An anarchist group called Sabotage. In speciesism now, join us. Bleat Expose, UK's Black Market Meat, 6 December 2018. A massive thank you again to all the Bleat members who joined us at our demonstration against Mediluck Medicines. Almost 200 of us protested outside their London headquarters. We're proud to announce that, following our little demo, Mediluck has said they will be looking into moving away from testing on animals. Well, they say it's a decision they've been planning for a while, but they're just too proud to admit Bleat managed to make them change their ways. A massive victory, but the fight goes on. Many pharmaceutical companies still use animal testing and will be taking the fight to them soon. So it's oldest down at the bottom, newest at the top. 15 November 2018. We're planning to demonstrate outside the Mediluck Medicines building near London Victoria Station on the 22nd. We've been reporting issues about their continued animal testing practices and we feel the time has come to take action. For those of you who wish to join us, we shall be meeting outside their building from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. Feel free to join us at any point during the day. We know doing so on a working day is inconvenient for some, but in order for our demonstration to have its maximum effect, it's imperative we get the message across on a day when the whole of the company will be there. If you've got a day spare of holiday time you can use, it would be most appreciated. Important note, calling a sickie is an option, though since there may be, hopefully will be, journalists covering the demonstration, we advise against doing this. If your boss sees the photos, it may result in an awkward conversation on Monday morning. Okay, so this group was protesting and treated Mediluck as their enemy, but before the murder happened, they had already finished their demonstration and gotten concessions, so they say we would not have any motivation to do anything. However, what is our date for when the leaks started? That would be important to know, wouldn't it? She met with the CEO. Did he say when the leak started? It would kind of be important for us to know that. Let's make one of the most important things we do when we play these games is make a list of the things to remember to do. So I'm just going to remind us that we should probably find out when the leaks started, because you could imagine a situation where a member of Bleat started exposing information and then stopped after they had to stop. Jonathan says, does the Bleat agenda give Figs an alibi? Okay, so Brittany Figs. Okay, well, first of all, good catch that Brittany Figs is one of our 5 suspects. Okay, and Brittany Figs was running an agenda on 18 January, Bleat agenda quiz. So that's from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. So it doesn't quite give her an alibi because she could have finished up the quiz at 7 p.m. and then made it to the thing, depending on where she was. I mean, this is a farm. An inner city farm, though. It's an inner city farm. So presumably she's in the area. So I'm not sure she's got any alibi unless she was there the whole time. I mean, hopefully we can follow up and find out if she was there for longer. But on first glance, it's not an alibi. But at least we know what Brittany Fig is involved in, that she's involved with Bleat. We still don't know why she's really a suspect to us, but... Okay, here's another one of our suspects, Declan's poetry blog. Okay, deliberately obfuscating the web address so we don't feel like we need to go to it, I guess. Posted on 22 January 2019. Okay, 3 days before the murder. Recently, the man in the post room has left the company. I never learned his real name. He only called himself Mr. Frank because, well, that's what he did. He franked the post, among other things. So, that's a term about... But I always thought it had to do with verifying the integrity or something. Can someone look up franked? I thought you, like, stamped it or something. And that's what it is. He must be the one who's responsible for stamping it. Can someone look up the word franked, though, so we get a proper definition of it? His replacement is a rather strange guy who always goes around wearing motorcycle boots, and I guess it proved the old saying true. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Maybe I'll get used to the new guy in time, but at the moment I just find he just makes me miss Mr. Frank. After all, he'd been here since before I started, so him leaving is like losing a beloved institution, even though I didn't know him particularly well. So in tribute, I decided to write him a little poem. Ode to Mr. Frank. And it says that franking is the right of sending letters or postal packages free of charge. Free of charge. He's the guy who took care of putting postage or stamping the letters so that the people mailing them from the company didn't have to put postage on them. Okay, ode to Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank, oh, where the Frank did Mr. Frank go? I asked, but only got a frank no. He isn't here today. Was he sent out with the first class? Did they make sure he got there fast? Mr. Frank kept behind the glass. I hope that he's okay. Mr. Frank, did you find your way, having saved up all of your pay, to retire down in Torbay? Write us a postcard, Frank. Okay, that's cute. So, what do we know now? That the male guy that we talked to was acting a little weird and friendly is brand new. Mailman is brand new. That sounds a little bit suspicious. Brand new. That's Phil. He's not on our suspect list, though. Okay, that was on 22 January. Then on 8 January, he says, I know it's been a while, but I present to you a brand new poem. Yeah, this one is going to be pretty rough because, well, I have some personal beef to get off my chest. I tried to tap into the universal theme of hating one's job, which I'm sure is a feeling we've all had at one point or another. Try to tell me you've never honestly felt that way, then I'm sorry, but I don't believe you, liar. But yeah, it ended up being very much a personal episode of dirty laundry airing. Sorry, hopefully you'll all enjoy it either way. See them all there lined in a row, come so far, further to go. None will turn around to see the one who does it all, me. How is it fair? How's it all right? That old me never gets a bite. of cake that should evenly be split with an equal slice for me. The other four, that sad quartet, makes sure I'm not properly fed. They get the praise, they get so much, yet how come I don't get as such? Okay, so our Declan, who is one of our other suspects, Declan Lewin, he's the poet. No motive from him at this point, but except I guess he's got a bit of motive of not feeling like he's getting the credit. That might be motive enough to sell out if you're not getting credit or money. He's not getting an even slice, then maybe you've got some motive to sell secrets if you don't feel like you're being... Oh, he's got more here. Okay, so this January 8th, January 22nd. Okay, so going backwards in time here. Oh, I see. He's continuing this poem. Yet how come I don't get as such? And then he continues. No raises, no promotions. I ask, what's a guy to do? All I get's a measly sliver. I am, as they say, chopped liver. Why do I vow my loyalty to those who do not care for me? I'll show them all at Mediluck Medicines. I'll be laughing when it's all over. Okay. Well, that sounds like he's threatening to do something to get credit for something or sell them out. Okay, here's another blog on 28 December, so a month before the murder. It's been a long mystery of life as to what to do to fill the void between Christmas and New Year's. I mean, aside from eating leftover turkey sandwiches and watching films. So I decided to challenge myself to be creative, and I got to writing some poems. I hope to keep this poetry malarkey up after Christmas, though, sort of an early New Year's resolution. Of course, recent days have been spent celebrating Christmas with the family. In doing so, custom dictates that we eat a whole bird between us. So I decided to write a poem about it, one for you to mull over as you mull your wine. The merriment of the season inspired me to descend into nonsense somewhat and coin a few new words. It is Christmas after all, a time for carols, get it? Okay, let's see, read his poem. In jest, spluttle forth, ye gentlemen and gentle ladies too. Come gather, sit down at the table to eat and drink and chew. Yon bird's been sitting in the oven for almost half a day. Slow cooked, yes. Slowly eaten, no. That is always the way. Jambunction fills the dining room as everyone digs in, pausing just to pull a cracker and wear the crowns within. Witherly we now perspire, our bellies filled with meat, to begin the long digestion of the food that we did eat. Sparse left of Mr. Turkey now, he's just a skell of bones, so our attention moves to the TV and Indiana Jones. Okay, then his earliest post here, 24 December, again a month before the wedding, says, new website coming soon. With the new year around the corner, it's about time I updated the look of my website, and what better time to start? Christmas Eve. And by start, I mean looking at fonts. Which of the three do you prefer? Okay, so we've got a couple of sans serif and then one serif. Serif italic. First two look pretty similar. All right. This is the car registration. Okay, so we were told that Eddie Chen, who was in there for an hour and 15 minutes, didn't want to wait online to check in, so we left this. We said, who would bring their car registration form and leave it with someone? He didn't. He just wrote it on a piece of paper. Okay, so let's write down his car reg here on our Eddie Chen sheet. Gives us a little sample of his handwriting in case we need it. KX1P8J9. I'll just make a note here, it's handwritten, so we don't forget that if we put it aside. Now, he wrote it on a piece of something else that maybe he had on him. Is it where he was what his things are. Let's see. League news. It seems it's still anybody's game to take the trophy this year. While Guttermouths continue to take the lead, the London City Rollers are slowly but surely narrowing the gap. Meanwhile, the Pin Toppers have taken third place after their near-perfect recent run. No splits have also come from behind, all of which has left previous third placers, Hey Bulldogs, in fifth. Don't worry, lads, it ain't over till it's over. Okay, so let's take a look at January, because we see there's some scheduled matches for the date of the murder. So these don't have times, but this could give someone an alibi. This could give Eddie Chen an alibi if he's... Yes, in fact, we do have a time down at the bottom. It says 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. So if Eddie Chen indeed is a member of a bowling league, and that's why he had this paper in his pocket, and he's in one of these groups, then that might give him an alibi for the murder. Let's write down, is he alibied bowling league? Question mark. All right. Remember, we're supposed to eliminate 4 of our 5 people. So that's what we're looking for. Okay, looks like our assistant did get a photo of that weird note written in symbols. And it's got a key with a very specific shape. Photo of guy's workstation drawer taken Tuesday. I see Nell snuck in and found the note he got. But look what else we've got. Call me Wright Winters Carpentry. And we've got what looks like a real phone number. We might have to call that phone number. What's going on here? What have we got? White Winters Carpentry, E.D. White, at an email address that's not complete. So we have 2 phone numbers here for a carpentry shop. What does the M mean? Oh, mobile. So mobile phone number, and then someone else has written, call me, a woman, presumably with a heart. So this guy's a bit of a ladies' man, it looks like. But what else has he got? He's got a season ticket photo card for Southern Rail. Okay. And as far as this thing, it looks like it could be broken into English words. No symbols that jump out at us, but maybe we could figure it out. Okay. Oh, and here's the letter. Remember, she gave him a letter. Oh, it's another different note. So this was the letter she gave him in the cafe, maybe. More encrypted message. Same alphabet. But let's look at it more detailed here. Guy Hurley, Mediluck Medicines, Victoria Street, London. This looks like it was a sticker printed, put on here. Mount Pleasant Sorting Office in London, 24 January. Okay, so let's make sure we understand this. This one was found the day after he was spotted in the cafe. So he's spotted in the cafe with the woman on January 21st. So I believe what we're hearing here is that this is the letter he got handed by the woman. And then he's gotten a second letter the day before the murder in the mail, this one. All right. We still got 5 or 6, maybe 6 more pieces of evidence, but it's time for us to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back and we're continuing our playthrough of Cryptic Killer's Murder at Mediluck Medicines. So in Guy Hurley's drawer, we found 2 encrypted messages, one with a key. Almost makes you think, almost makes me wonder if this pattern is the key to the cipher. Okay, and then we've got another letter with symbols on it. This one doesn't have a key drawing, looks like same symbols. But then on the back of the envelope, it has some stuff. What does it have? A little flap here. It says, found at Guy Hurley's workstation, lunchtime, Friday, day of the murder by now. And then this is on it. This looks like maybe another thing. Maybe this is another thing telling us what the key is. A fox jumping over a dog. The fox jumped over the dog. Is there a nursery rhyme about this? Okay, channel says they want me to check something. John says, count the number of symbols with the letter with the key on it. Not 26, is it? Just count the cipher alphabet, not just the cipher. I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. These are definitely not unique symbols, though. We've got some bunch of common symbols, a bunch of doubles here. These are either going to be double O's or double E's probably. So I'm not sure. But I do find it quite odd that this, I guess it's the cow jumps over the moon, there's no fairy tale with the fox jumping over a sleeping dog, but it is curious that both letters seem to have some drawing that seems to be related to how you would decrypt it, but not entirely clear. All right, well, we'll put this aside for now. Let's continue going through here. Okay, so our next piece of evidence is a web search of female executives at Severn and Young. So is this our woman here? Marianne Winters. That looks like it's her. Marianne Winters linked up, senior executive at Severn and Young Pharmaceutical and former operations manager at White Winters, Carp. There's our carpenter. So we think this is the woman he met with. And in fact, now we know why. So we think this is her. There is Marianne. That's Marianne right there. He met her in a cafe across from Severn and Young, and the security guard thinks he recognizes her as an executive, and here she is an executive, but she's also former operations manager at White Winters Carp. Well, what's White Winters Carp? That's White Winters Carpentry. And she's left her number with a heart. So this very much does seem like they're romantically involved. And remember, she said something about no one can know. I think they're just having an affair. I don't think this has anything to do with espionage. But obviously we'll have to work that out. And there's her phone number. Is that the phone number she left? Call me? Yes. That phone number is the same phone number that's on this card. Suppose we'll have to call that international number. Leading pharmaceutical groups condemn bleat leak. Marianne Winters of Severn and Young said what this group has done is irresponsible and reckless. Now we've got an address for her. My Face Place, Marianne Winters. Recent check-ins for Marianne Winters. The Green Lion. Screenshot recovered from Nell Ferp's computer, retrieved the day after her murder. Okay, so she was found, she was last checking into the Green Lion. One of the things that I frequently do poorly, to my detriment, is some of the basics. Where is this lab that we are? Where are we? Would be nice to know if she is far away. Of course, we don't know what the date is, but if this was a screenshot, was the screenshot retrieved? When was it taken, though? We don't have a date on this page. But presumably, it would have been, she said on her text message that she was going to look it up right away. So you might guess that this was performed on January 21st, right after her executive told her. So this might be her check-in on the 21st, recent. Patrick Mediluck. So here's a photo of our CEO, along with Marianne Winters from Severn and Young. Da-da-da-da-da, 2018 review into the pharmaceutical industry and an outlook. Okay, continuing on. The Green Lion is the blackmail pub. No, it's not. The Green Lion is not the blackmail pub. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Okay, so it was a little saying. I forgot it. So you're right. Nicola is reminding us that back of the drawing did seem to suggest a little poetic little poem, little saying. Okay, no, it was the checkered lion. The checkered lion was the blackmail pub, not the Green Lion. That might be designed to throw us off. Okay, let's continue here. Crime scene report, hair sample on clothing. So Brian Folk did his job and picked up a little piece of hair. Forensics are running DNA tests on it, but it'll take some time. All we can definitely say at the moment is that it doesn't belong to the victim who has blonde hair. I see. So we've got a piece of black or dark brown hair here on the victim. Length, medium length. Also included is an image of a microscope found in the lab with what appears to be traces of blood around the base. Analysis of the blood sample taken from the base of the microscope matches that of the victim. So maybe she fell and scraped her head on it, or maybe she was hit while she was near it. Fingerprint analysis found several fingerprints around it, but considering its day-to-day use, that is to be expected. What is more unusual are prints around the microscope's arm, which suggest the murderer was wearing leather gloves, leaving distinct glove prints. Leather gloves have unique fingerprints. Leather is skin, after all. The placement of these prints and the victim's blood on the base of the microscope suggests that the murderer held the microscope upside down by its arm to attack the victim. The lack of dirt or grease in the marks suggests the gloves were new, as the pores of leather gloves pick up dirt and grease over time. We found the same glove print on the inside door unlock button. Personnel must use their NFC key cards to enter the room, but to leave the room, they only need to press a button on the wall. Okay, let's understand what we've got going on here. First of all, they're saying this is the murder weapon, that they picked it up by where those eyepieces are and hit her over the head with the base, right where the blood is. Okay, then they're saying they got lots of fingerprints around it. That's normal. They're saying don't pay any attention to those. But what's really weird is that we've got glove prints, leather fingerprints, leather glove prints on the base, on the, maybe on the handle of the, or eyepiece places where the murderer would have held it. And her blood's on the base. Okay, so these are the prints from the gloves, and furthermore, that the gloves must be new, otherwise you wouldn't get such good prints in the ridges because it would be filled with dirt and grease. And then they're saying we also found the same glove print on the inside door unlock. In other words, after you hit her over the head, you need to get out, and you just hit the button that opens the door. So more proof that the murder, of how the murder happened, and that the murderer was wearing gloves. Yes, we know one of our guys got gloves as a gift. New gloves, new leather gloves, I believe. Can't remember if we were told for sure they were leather or not. Okay, what have we got? Train times at London Victoria. This is the Southern Rail. Remember our guy who met the exec in the cafe had a rail pass for Southern Rail to take him from London, Victoria, which I believe we think is near our lab, all the way to Hastings. That's the line. That's the Southern Rail line. And look at that. It's a full timetable. So it gives us some idea of how long it would take him to get from London, Victoria over to various places. If we think Marianne Winters lives up near Lowes or Hayward Heath, if that's where she's checked, is that where they're meeting up? Lose. Okay, so if that's where she's meeting up with him, for example, we know that's an hour-long train trip. So if we can find that he met her on that night, that might give him an alibi. Bank holidays hours may differ. Station facilities, accessibility, tickets, cycles, and now it's this is another reminder in case you missed it to notice that he had a season ticket. So I think he was going to meet her regularly. There's only one question to ask. Where to next? Half price travel for you +1. Oh, here we have it right here. Season ticket log. Okay. And there's the ticket number. All right, let's go find his ticket number. All right. So his ticket season number is, this is Guy. This is season ticket number 4172 SR 5603M. Okay, so that's the ticket number found in his drawer. Of course, note he didn't have it on him. That's a little odd. But now we've got the logs. Let's find it being used. 4172. There it is. Any more? Okay, there's the only use of it. Entered at 8:45. Arrives at Wu's. Huh. In fact, it looks like the two of them may have left together, doesn't it? They're both going to Wu's. Half price travel for you +1. On the other hand, it wouldn't be so strange that multiple people would do it. That multiple people would be going to the same place. But that's not really an alibi. If the lab is close to London, Victoria, that gives them time to get there, doesn't it? Like, he could have killed her. He leaves at 8:30. Couldn't he have rushed onto the train? Let's put a little note near that so it makes it easier to find it. That doesn't really give us an alibi, though, does it? Unless I'm missing something. Wasn't the idea that he could have rushed right off to the train? Isn't that still consistent with this? Doesn't seem like an alibi. It does make us want to find this person who checked in 5 seconds before him to see if that's his girlfriend. Okay, And then this looks like our last piece of evidence in box 1. It's blueprints. Let's see what we make of this. It's double-sided big blueprints. Okay, let's see what we got. First we've got the building. Okay, building 7, ground floor camera map. Digistronic camera. Looks like maybe this camera is broken, but not necessary. Cam 24. No, not broken. It's just a different kind of camera. Ground floor map. Okay. And then if we look at the interior, so that was the camera map, and here is the labeled map. So there's our rear exit. There's our lab 7G12. Let me just make a little sticker to help us find it more easily. So there's the lab we're talking about. And the security guard says he went to the bathroom. I think he's saying that he went to the bathroom. He goes through the cafeteria. He goes to the bathroom. He goes through the cafeteria. He turns on the kettle, goes to the bathroom, and as he's passing by the printer bay, he hears a noise. He checks the exit, no sign of it, goes back to security, checks the footage, sees the door to this room is open, goes in there, finds her in the closet, dead. I believe that's what we're told. So presumably killer exited this way right before he got there. As he's leaving here, he hears a sound here. So killer killed her here, escaped through the rear exit, through the cafeteria to the rear exit, abridging the Philsonic building. We don't know how the killer got in, but very possibly through the rear exit or the shutter door that never was closed properly. And then depending on that, you might expect it to be caught in certain cameras. Like there's the camera we think the exit would cover the exit, and maybe that's what that CCTV footage shows. So here's our CCTV footage from camera 27. So this camera here caught the person exiting the rear exit. So a question is, why didn't it catch someone coming in? Why didn't it catch that same person coming in? That must mean they didn't come in this way. They would have had to come in this way. Through the shutter door. No camera coverage. Come in, there's lab 7G, killer, run out. Knew enough that there was a camera here to cover up, right? But I guess our suspects are already the insiders in that lab, so, but that does make it seem like an inside job. So Digistronic is not a type of camera, that's the building. This is the Digistronic building and their cameras. This is the Farnsworth building and their cameras. But if they came this way, they'd be caught on our camera and the Digistronic camera. Presumably we're checking this, so if we don't see them here, it suggests they came in this way, through here, and then left. So if they're not on our camera 24, or no one suspicious is on camera 24, it does sound like this is probably their location of ingress, is my reading of that, tentative reading. All right, so what's fascinating is now that we've come to the end of the evidence in envelope 1 with our assignment of ruling out 4 people, and very little jumps out at us as being easy to get rid of people. But there's some online stuff to look at. So let's go through our evidence again and see. We've got our additional evidence to our email site. We've got our username, the password clue. Once you've read through all the evidence. Okay, Ben left his lab and made his way to the entrance. Who's Ben? Who's Lee? Ben, Lee, Carence, Lawrence. These are just different people in different labs, unrelated to our case. I wonder if this is not camera related. So I'm just trying to decipher how we get the password. Ben left his lab 7G4, made his way to the entrance of the post room, got stopped by Lee. Let's see, what do we make of this? Ben, Lee, Karen, Derek, Lawrence, Susie, Dave, certainly most of this looks like it's all about what route they took. Everything here looks like a route. The first one is telling us how Ben went. Then Karen tells us her route. Certainly seems to be telling us what rooms they went in and left from. Susie is shadowing Karen. Dave entered the building near the right exit, did a lap of the cafeteria before leaving. So these are people that's giving us their routes from one place to another. Derek was in the janitorial cupboard, decided to get a drink. As he opened the cafeteria door, he made his way there. Okay, see a little alert on my camera. Trace the path on the map. We're all in agreement with that. Maybe the routes when traced form numbers. That's an interesting theory. All right, well, let's give it a try. I'm trying to think the best way to do this. Let's try. I should have a better way to technologically do this. I mean, obviously I can scan it and print it. I guess that's what we'll do. We'll scan it and print it. So let me take a screenshot here and print it. Let's do the other side. Okay, let me print this. Okay. Let's get those printouts and then we can trace them out. What I need to do before our next session, what I need to do at some point is make it a little easier for me to capture a screen onto the tablet where we could draw digitally, which might be nicer because when we have different colors, etc. Okay, of course it would be easier if we wanted to write on these, but if we don't want to. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. Ben left his lab. Let me put some of this stuff away. Okay. Ben left his lab in 7G4. You know what would be interesting is if the cubes were printed out on the paper, whether that would confuse it. Okay, 7G4 made his way to the outside entrance of the post room. There's the post room, so he went like this. Got stopped outside 7G7. Okay. So there he is there. This is Ben. All right, next up is Karen. Karen left the door closest to the cafeteria from conference room B. Okay, so there's conference room B. Closest to the cafeteria would be this door. This is Karen. Okay. Knocked for Ben at the lab he works in, which we know is here. So she goes to here, knocks on that door, couldn't find him, tried knocking at 7G1. Seven G1 is here, so she had to back out and go here. That's Karen, and it says Derek works here. Okay. Lawrence left 7G9, which is here. That's Lawrence. Stopped outside the site team office, which is here. Well, how does he get there? Does he go down this way? Or does he go through the cafeteria? On his way, he collected something from the back wall in lab 7G12. So he stopped here. So presumably then, he went out, went there, then out, and here, I'm thinking. Okay, that's Lawrence. Susie shadowed Karen. So Susie and Karen do the same thing. That's a little odd. Makes me think we're just trying to figure out where they end up. No. Dave enters the building via the rear exit. This is Dave. Did a lap of the cafeteria before leaving. So Dave comes in, does a lap and goes out. Okay. Derek was in the janitorial cupboard here. That's Derek. Decided to get a drink. As he opened the cafeteria door, I see. Janitorial cupboard is actually here. So this is Derek. He opens the door, goes to the cafeteria. He heard Susie from outside the lab he works in, which is here. So he made his way there, taking the shortest route possible, which is going to be this way. Okay, otherwise you'd have to go all the way around. All right, well, that's fascinating, but how does that help us? Good luck, it says. Password clue. Well, let's think about it. Remedy is the... So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You might assume it's 6 letters. R-E-M-E-D-Y. Okay, so Jonathan has figured out, I see a blink, that each... So I can figure out that each of these may be a letter. So the question is, are these shapes of letters? But how did Jonathan get remedy? All right, Jonathan, tell us how you got... All right, let's see. Ben, which was here, he just went like this. So how is that an R? If that's his route. I'd like to see how Jonathan got remedy. Jonathan says, Ben is an R, a lowercase r. It says, well, I can't tell you it's all lowercase. Okay, so here is our R. Okay. Karen, which is here, that is an E. Okay. So, okay, there's our E. Let's do it this way just for fun. Okay. So we've got our R here. Okay. Then Karen and Susie are the E. But an E should be a lowercase e. Not an uppercase E, but okay. Anyway. And then so Ben is an R, Karen is an E, and Susie is also an E. Okay. Then we have Lawrence, who goes like this. There's our M. Guess I should do it like... There's our M. Okay, and then 5 is Dave, comes in here. That's our lowercase d. And then the janitorial closet is our Y. All right, good catch, Jonathan. The only one I'm a little suspicious of is the E. That E is not a lowercase e. A lowercase e should be like this. So I'm a little confused at how Karen and Susie have lowercase e's, but it's clearly an E. Okay, so remedy is our password. I've written it here uppercase, but we know we'll want to enter it in lowercase. All right, that was kind of interesting. All right, let us go to our online password and try to get in here. Okay. Okay, so www.clpwebmail.co.uk. Okay, here we go. We're going to bookmark this. All right, and so we're told that the email is p.l.ayers@clpwebmail.co.uk. Password is remedy. And we're in. Yes, you can save the password. Okay, let's bookmark that. All right, what have we got here? We've got 4 emails in our inbox. It doesn't look like there's anything but our inbox to look at. Mick Schmidt, Doug Bottom, and Shirley Miles. Okay, let's take a look at this email from Mick Schmidt. And this is her assistant. Nell's notes. Good afternoon. Attached is the Mediluck client case document that Nell set up on our computer system. Okay, let's take a look at it. Client case document. In fact, let me print this out. Let me share, print. Okay, hopefully that works. We'll find out in a second. Okay, Friday 1/18. Client believes one of his employees to be leaking trade secrets. Confidential information, namely the formulas for an experimental new sleeping pill being developed at the client's company, Mediluck Medicines, has been leaked in the past week. The formula found its way onto online message board Poyet. That's a weird name. It's got to be an acronym for something or something. Often a den for posting content acquired by morally dubious methods. All right, let me just point out that we now know the date, though, that I was wondering about. So in the last week, so this means it's from January 11 to January 18th. Somewhere in that range were the leaks. As the formula originated in Research Lab 7G12, Mediluck believes the leaker to be one of the 5 members of its research staff and tasked us with finding which one it was so they can be dealt with. Industrial espionage in this game is no joke. There are very serious consequences both inside the courts of law and out. Not wanting to draw attention to his company, the leaks, or the conduct of his employees, Mediluck has asked us to be as discreet with our investigation as possible. This document is private, confidential. Information is included above is not meant to be shared. Okay. And then, is there a second page? I thought there was a second page. When I printed it, let me just take a look. Is it just that it split it? Yes, it just split it when printing it. Okay, that's fine. Well, this seems to be everything. We knew all this. I don't see anything new here. Let's see what the next thing is. Report from January 26th, the day after the murder. From D. Bottom. Afternoon Ayers. Following on from my email this morning, you might find this audio file from Michael Lamprey's show quite interesting. Is that our Bleat show? No, that's our news report show, isn't it? That we had the live broadcast about on the day after the murder. So this is Michael Lamprey right here. He does a show every week. No, it looks like Unpredictable Days. But we know on the date of the murder at 7:45, So 45 minutes before she was killed, he had a show. So if we find someone on this show, they're probably going to have their alibi. So let's listen to this.
The animal activist group Bleat today claimed responsibility for the uploading of several confidential documents to the online forum.
I was hearing it twice. Were you guys hearing it twice or just me? It's because I'm hearing... Okay, let me see what I can do here. I can see you guys are only hearing it once. Just give me a second here. Monitor's off. Why is it? You just heard half of it, yeah. Just trying to figure out. Just give me a second here. Is it that the audio's on? All right, just give me 1 second. Sorry, this is something that I practiced to get right. I think it must be playing the audio when it shouldn't. Okay. I think it's fixed. What it does is it turns on, when I switch the switch, it turns on the audio, which I don't want. Now it should be fine though. All right, let's listen to this message now.
The animal activist group Bleat today claimed responsibility for the uploading of several confidential documents to the online forum Poyut. These documents, leaked from several pharmaceutical companies, contain details of work-in-progress products, which the group say are all currently being tested on animals. We turn now to our nature and environment correspondent, Shelley Peters, to explain further. Shelley, why have Bleat done this?
Well, Michael, Bleat, the British League for Ethical Animal Treatment, is a group that has since its inception had abolition of animal testing as one of its goals. They feel publishing these documents is an effective method of showing the public what these animals are exposed to. A few minutes ago, the leader of Bleat, known only by the pseudonym Cinegro, put out a statement saying, "We will take any means necessary to bring an end to the cruel practice of testing potentially hazardous products on animals who are forced to be tested on against their will. We are not afraid to break the law in the pursuit of giving a voice to those creatures who cannot speak for themselves. What we put online is just the tip of the iceberg, so if action is not taken by these corporations, we will continue putting information on the web." Meanwhile, Paxter & Paxter, one of the 5 companies involved, said, "We understand the strength of opinion of Bleat and other such animal rights groups, but every product must be tested before it can be released to the market, and there are some cases where human testing isn't a viable option. It's only a last case scenario, and we take every step to make sure that the animals we test on are treated with the utmost care and respect. Since these files are confidential company property, we consider their publication theft and intend to take legal action against Bleat and anyone else who discloses such information." Similarly, Seven & Young said, "Many of the files leaked are worked on by trained professionals and could provide risk to public health if anyone tries to replicate one of our formula. What this group have done is irresponsible and reckless, and they deserve to be condemned, not praised. We'll have to see how successful Paxter & Paxter will be at keeping this information out of the public eye. After all, they are the company that makes Dentofresh toothpaste, so I'm sure they'll know better than anyone else that once toothpaste is out of the tube, it's very hard to get back in again.
Shelley, thank you. Shelley Peters there with that report.
All right, I missed the first bit of that because of audio issues. I'm going to go back.
The animal activist group Bleat today claimed responsibility for
listen
the
again.
uploading of several confidential documents to the online forum Poyut. These documents, leaked from several pharmaceutical companies, contain details of work-in-progress products, which the group say are all currently being tested on animals. We turn now to our nature and environment correspondent, Shelley Peters, to explain further. Shelley, why have Bleat done this?
Well, Michael, Bleat, the British League for Ethical Animal Treatment, is a group that has since its inception had abolition of animal testing as one of its goals. They feel publishing these documents is an effective method of showing the public what these animals are exposed to. A few minutes ago, the leader of Bleat, known only by the pseudonym Cinegro, put out a statement saying, "We will take any means necessary to bring an end to the cruel practice of testing potentially hazardous products on animals who are forced to be tested on against their will. We are not afraid to break the law in the pursuit of giving a voice to those creatures who cannot speak for themselves. What we put online is just the tip of the iceberg, so if action is not taken by these corporations, we will continue putting information on the web." Meanwhile, Paxter & Paxter, one of the 5 companies involved, said, "We understand the strength of opinion of Bleat and other such animal rights groups, but every product must be tested before it can be released to the market, and there are some cases where human testing isn't a viable option. It's only a last case scenario, and we take every step to make sure that the animals we test on are treated with the utmost care and respect. Since these files are confidential company property, we consider their publication theft and intend to take legal action against Bleat and anyone else who discloses such information." Similarly, Seven & Young said, "Many of the files leaked are worked on by trained professionals and could provide risk to public health if anyone tries to replicate one of our formula. What this group have done is irresponsible and reckless, and they deserve to be condemned, not praised. We'll have to see how successful Paxter & Paxter will be at keeping this information out of the public eye. After all, they are the company that makes Dentofresh toothpaste, so I'm sure they'll know better than anyone else that once toothpaste is out of the tube, it's very hard to get back in again."
Shelley, thank you. Shelley Peters there with that report.
Well, that didn't seem to provide any information of value to us, did it? Except that all of these companies are having their information leaked online. They all don't like it. But we have reason to believe that Bleat is not angry at Mediluck anymore. So I'm not sure why they would be involved. No one got any alibi for that meeting, though. They did say someone just posted online, the Bleat person, but that doesn't really help us. Did I miss anything that you guys thought was important? Let's see this next email. Morning Ayers, I've collected a screenshot from my faceplace for each of the 5 lab technicians that have access to the lab where Nell was found. Please find attached. All of them are fairly active on there, so perhaps it'll provide some background information for each suspect. Okay, well that sounds promising. So we've got 5 my faceplace posts. Let's go through them and print them out. Here's Brittany Fig. Here's her screenshot. All right, I may print each of these as we find them. That's kind of annoying, isn't it? I wonder if there's some way to fit to page. This might be one of these additional things I research. All right, well, let's just do it. Okay, Brittany Fig. So Brittany Fig is one of our suspect. She's the bleat person. She may have just posted about on the company about the stuff, but she doesn't blame our company anymore. Let's see what she says. Change the agenda. Quiz will take place 2 hours later than scheduled. Interesting. So not from... So normally it should have been from 6 to 7. Now it's going to be from 8 to 10. Okay, that would give her the alibi if she was there. So quiz pushed to from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. This could be her alibi. If she indeed ran the quiz and it got pushed later, there's her alibi. Okay, and that's on the day of the murder. Okay, 18 January, new year, new set of challenges. Come help us raise some money at the fundraiser. Can we click on this? No, these are just screenshots. We can't click on this. Okay, made any New Year's resolutions? If you need one, perhaps consider this the year you decide to stand up for animal rights. Happy New Year, she says. Okay, she's got some photos. You can't click on any of these because this is our screenshot. Okay, fine. So I think here's our alibi for Brittany Figg. I think that's it. I think she's got an alibi. Next up, Declan. Let's print it out. We don't need the blank page. We do need the bullshit page just in case. Okay, let's see what he says. Day after the murder, he says, thanks, Z. Good to see you there. Oh, it's a part of a chain. Okay, let's read it from the bottom. He likes cats. Starting on 22nd January, new poem up on the blog. There's one. This one's a tribute to Mr. Frank, legend of Mediluck, London. Check it out on my blog. Then he says, on the 24th, didn't realize peanut butter had its own day, but apparently that day is today. 25th, new idea for a poem, a modern update of Oranges and Lemons, except it's about train stations instead of churches. Just goes to show inspiration can hit you at any time, even when you're just at the train station. So it sounds like Declan is telling us that he's at the train station on January 25th. He's at the train January 25th at 1740. Presumably near Victoria. Okay, and now he's then on the 26th, I see, thanks Z, he's responding to Zoe Zink at 8:33. That would seem to give both of them an alibi, perhaps, right? Because at that time was the murder. So do they both have an alibi? We don't know when Zoe wrote him, but we knew when he writes back. So January 26th at 8:33. Oh, that's 8:33 in the morning. Sorry, that's not our alibi. That's 8:33 in the morning. See you there. Maybe we're going to see her side of it when we look at her Facebook paste. Okay, for a minute I thought that was his alibi, but that's the morning. But perhaps he is going to meet up with Zoe. One of my oldest best friends, Zachary Brown, is back in New York now from France visiting, and he just met up with one of our old friends, Zoe. Zoe is a year ahead of us, I think, but Zoe's mother, Jo, and my mother were very good friends. Okay, so it sounds like we've got nothing interesting here except if we can find out what he's talking to Zoe about and if they both have plans to be somewhere on the night of the 26th. So let's go back to our next option. Let's look at Eddie. We'll print it out. I'm not going to print out this last page. It looks like it's useless. Okay, let's see what Eddie says. Let's start at the bottom. Hey man, how did it go today? Bob Chen is asking. I see his father's asking. His father says, how did it go? And remember, this is the day he showed up at Severn and Young on the 21st. He left at 17:44, and here he is replying at 20:45. So it sure sounds like they're talking about he was just at Severn and Young. So he's telling his father about why he was at Severn and Young. Let's hear what he says. I thought it went pretty well. Thanks for asking. Sandy seems very nice. They've got a gym, which I would definitely make the most of. Sandy from Sander and Young. It sounds like he was trying to apply for a job, yeah. And then 4 days later, he's replying to his dad, sadly, I didn't get it. Ah, well, so it goes. Okay, so now we know why he was at that building. He was applying for a job, and he didn't get it. And then he says, later that evening, or right afterwards, he says, all the best to the wannabes tonight. May the best team win. My first game as captain. Sad to be missing Patrick's chat with Michael Lamprey tonight. Guess I'll get it on catch-up. Okay, here's his alibi. He was indeed the captain of his bowling team, the Wannabes. And now he's placed himself as captain with a pretty good alibi. Where's our sheet with that? Okay, so here he is on the 25th, the night of our murder, captaining the Wannabes from 7 to 9. There's his alibi. As we suspected. So we've alibied Eddie. We've alibied Brittany, the bleat person. Let's see who's next. Guy Hurley. Here's our guy with the secret messages that I think are just about some affair, but let's find out. Okay, starting at the bottom. From Lewes to Auckland, Happy New Year to all the New Zealand Hurleys. 31 December. Then later, 31 December, traditional New Year's Eve viewing, The Apartment, maybe followed by the Poseidon Adventure if there's time, showing only at my house because none of the Lewes cinemas took my suggestions, Philistines. So here he is. We know he travels to Lewes. This confirms it. Okay, next day, January 1st, must get slimmer. Go for this year's new resolution. I'm going from 16.9 to 4.3. This is a joke about losing weight. He's changing aspect ratios. Like a widescreen television is 16:9. He's going to a 4:3 ratio. Okay, 21 January. Thank you everyone for the kind birthday messages. So the 21st was his birthday. Remember, he was getting a present on the 21st, the letter and the gloves, so they were a birthday gift. Doesn't mean he's not the murderer, but it means no one gave him gloves to commit some murder. They gave him gloves because it was his birthday. Okay, don't see anything more interesting here. There he is. Nothing else on his page jumps out. Next up, Zoe. Now, I'm hoping we're going to get an alibi for both Zoe and Declan now. Okay, let me just print this out. And while I'm printing, I'm just going to make a note to myself to fix those 2 bugs. Print, improve, and audio doubling. All right, let's see what Zoe, she's got her little typical Instagram, Facebook photo. 23 January, today's supper, eggs royale. 26, here's our day. Well done to Lou and the rest of the Mediluck All-Star Band. Your set rocked. Thanks for taking my request. And then she says, go Patrick. From the moment he was live, it was 20 minutes of tearing into the competition on Lamprey's debate. I just watched it on catch-up. Okay, I see. We did see a poster. I did remember we saw the poster. Where I was hiccuping, where I was getting caught, was the times. I was about to say 8:31. Is that a typo? No, this is the morning after the concert. So on the 25th, Declan tells Zoe, I'll see you there at the event. And here she is on the morning after saying the band was great. Your set rocked. Okay, so they're basically saying that Zoe and Declan are at this show on the night of the 25th that she's writing about on the morning of the 26th. And what show is it? It's the show that was captured on the security camera image. So, you know, it's turned out that this zoom cubes actually can zoom us up better than I can see with native eyes. Okay, so here we have it, Friday 25th, 8 p.m. So, and it's called the Mediluck All-Star Band. So here's our alibi. Zoe and Declan were both at this showing. So we're gonna give him an alibi at the show, and Zoe gets an alibi at the show. So there's our 4 alibis. We've done part 1. We've got our 4 alibis. The only person who doesn't have a good alibi is Guy Hurley, the one who got the gloves, and which makes sense that we're still suspicious of him. Now, I'm assuming that we weren't supposed to go to this website where the stuff was leaked because it didn't give us an actual website name. We could try searching for it. So far, Cryptic Killers has not required us to do that kind of thing, which is good because I don't like that. But regardless, I believe we finished stage 1. We've got our 4 people. And where are we told what to do? When you think you've identified... When you've ruled out 4, we've picked our prime suspect. Follow the instructions on the front of the stage 1 envelope. Okay. So stage 1 envelope says go to this part and answer it, and then we'll get sent to stage 2, which you'll remember. Let's check out our times because that might be helpful for us. So... where did it tell us the times? It was in the introduction. We're about ready to take a break. It was on the leaf of the folder. Okay. So it estimated part 1 would take us 1.5 hours, and it's taken us 2 hours and 40 minutes. Okay, so it hasn't taken us 3 times as long. It's taken us 1.5 times as long. So this one should take us under an hour, part 2. So we're good to keep going. What we'll do is we'll take a break now, refresh your tea and coffee, and I'll see you in 8 minutes for part 2. Okay, we're back. Before we go to part 2, Nicola is asking if we can try to crack this code. If anyone has figured it out yet, don't shout out. Let's give everyone a chance to work on it a little bit. But let's talk about some basics before we do that. We've got two codes. One he was given by hand by his girlfriend, we think, and one he was mailed. And we noticed that the back, both codes had some picture done on it, and they seem to be complementary pictures. Where is it though? Where is the first note? So one is of a key and one is of a lock. It makes you think they go together, and the one with the lock has the fox jumped over the lazy dog. But where did I put the code note? Here. Okay. So we think this is the one that she gave him in the cafe. And then this is the one that she sent him. They're all using the same symbols. This first, then this. This seemed, perhaps she was telling him this is going to be the key to this. But they both look like messages. They don't look like one is the key. I mean, you would expect a key to tell you how to translate to English. And this is a drawing. The lock is the quick brown fox. This is something that some people use to type on a typewriter by convention. I don't know what the history of it is. Jumped over the lazy dog. And then here on this key, we've got a symbol that looks like it might be information. So how do we know how is this our key? It's not the list of unique symbols, it's an encrypted message. It's got repeated symbols, so this seems like this is a message. And this is a message in the same alphabet. This one says key and this one has the lock. Let's see. Let's see what the chat says. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. It's used to check all the characters of a font, an English language pangram. In other words, something I never... You're saying that phrase, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, has every letter. Some letters repeat, but it touches every letter. Okay, I see. Look at this. I see. This says the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. That's why it's the key. That's the phrase. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. That's why it has some repeats. Okay. I see. Okay, so it would be easier to print it out and write on it Yeah, in fact, I think we've got to do that if we expect to decode this and future ones. All right, let me print out these and then we'll just write on top of them. So this is the message we're going to decrypt. Let me just print this out. And then this is our key, which tells us how to decrypt each letter. That's very interesting. It makes sense. Okay, let's just get this printout and decode the message. So Nicola, you already figured that out, huh? I guess I recognized that it was like there's some saying about fox jumped over a dog, but then I convinced myself it wasn't. Once you realized it was fox jumped over the lazy dog, then you knew what was going on, huh? All right, let me just get this printout. So the only thing I don't love about this as a puzzle, is that it relies on someone in your group knowing that phrase. I guess there was a little key to that when that other guy was talking about. Did that other guy use that phrase on his fonts? Is that what it did? Because that would be clever. I can't remember now. Did he use that phrase on his blog? Can someone remind me so I don't have to find it? Did the guy, Declan, who was writing poetry and checking out his blog, did he use that? Yes, he did. Okay, very clever, very fair. So look, in case you don't know that expression, the game author found a very clever way to little hint us about it. So if we hadn't known that phrase, we would have caught it here. Very clever, very elegant. Okay, so this is our printout. So the quick brown fox jumps, must be jumps over the lazy dog. Okay, now that we know how to decode it, let's decode it. So that's F R. This is going to say like Friday, isn't it? F R I. Guess you need a wider view, huh? Okay, this is going to say Friday, surely. N I. It's going to be Friday night, surely. G H T. Friday night, comma. A F. It's going to be after AFTER. After YO is going to be your. DON. After you're done, ME, meet me at the G-R-E-E green lion as usual. Is that what this is going to be? As as usual, period. Okay, and he ends it with, she ends it with, why am I having trouble finding this one? T-O-G-E-T together we together we can M-I-D together we can hide away. Okay. Friday night after you're done, meet me at the Green Lion. As usual. Together we can hide away. Okay, well, far from giving him an alibi, this makes him suspicious because we know from her, the woman he's talking to, there's the Green Lion outside Lou's, and we know that the train from Victoria to Lou's, we know he got on it. We know he could have gotten on it, probably not with her, but on the 8:45, which gets in not at 21:45, that would be the end of the line, but at 8:45 would bring him to Lou's by 9:50 or so. Doesn't matter. 8:45, the point is 8:45 is after our murder, and the killer was seen possibly escaping to the train. So that just makes him more of a suspect than anyone. So, pretty fun, but ambiguous. Not absolute proof that he was involved, right? A little bit ambiguous about whether he was involved, but sure looks suspicious. Okay, we're ready to solve part one. Let's do it. Anyone object before I do this that we're ready to do this? I mean, surely not. Okay. Okay, who's our primary suspect? It's Guy Hurley. Any objection? I don't think so. Surely this is our guy. Okay, I'm going to click submit. Unless anyone objects before I do this. Is there any reason to not be sure? It's interesting that actually in this game, like, it's clear to us the people who have alibis and why, but they're not like really hard alibis. Like, it's people planning, saying they are going to be somewhere, or she is going to be there to run the quiz, but no like photo of her running the quiz. But it's pretty clear that those are good enough alibis. All right, no one is speaking up. Maybe that's because you're all just lying, sleeping. You don't need to actually type. Okay, let's submit our guess. Thank you for identifying the suspect. CCTV footage has captured the suspect entering Victoria Station. We need to identify which town the suspect is fleeing to so we can apprehend them as soon as possible. Use all of the information that you have in the envelope marked Part 1 to work out where the suspect is headed. Do not open any of the other envelopes yet. When you think you know where he's heading, enter your answer below. Okay, so this we already know the answer to, and it wants us to not open any new envelope. It's just information about them decrypting the message. So the fact that we know they're going to the Green Lion. If we hadn't decoded that message, we would have to do so now in order to know that he was going here, right? So the Green Lion coming from Victoria Station, let's just see here. You get on Victoria, you go to Clapham, East Grove, Gatwick, Haywards Heath, Stipping, and then Lewes. So surely Lewes is the closest place to the Green Lion, right? But these other places aren't on the map. Do we need to know that? Like, these towns aren't here. Is it possible one of them is closer to the Green Lion than Lewes? I don't think so. And he also mentions in his post, shout out to Lewes. So obviously he knows the Lewes area. So I'm fairly certain it's going to be Lewes. Let me just see if there's any other choice here that could conceivably be right. Yeah, all the other stops are there. So the question is, if Stipping isn't on our map, is it possible that, between Lewes and the Green Lion is one of these other stops? In which case it would be there? Certainly not, right? I guess the only places we'd have to look is what's around Lewes. Like, is it possible that Stirping or Sixcroft is closer to the Green Lion? Did we have another map of this? On the... I would have had to print them out. Did we have another map in that email? And in fact, did we read all the emails? Oh, let me see. I'm not sure we read all these emails, but here's his... Guess we don't have a map. Did we read every email? Boy, this is a good way to make a mistake. Look at that. I don't think we read all the emails. We read Doug Bottoms, and then we got so wrapped up in that we stopped. We didn't read the fridge report. That could have been a terrible mistake. All right, let's read this now first. Good morning. I'm Shirley, the facilities manager at Mediluck Medicines. I'm emailing you in response to questions that were asked about the building. With regards to the access cards, I can confirm that each and every employee is given one when they join the company. However, not all access cards are the same. Some grant you access to certain parts of the building, some don't. The system is quite old, and sadly, it isn't one that keeps a log or history, so we have no way of saying who entered the lab or the time they entered. The only report I could give you that does contain information like that is our refrigerator logging sheet. It's much newer and whizzy bit of a kit. I've attached the log sheet in case it's helpful to you. Okay, let's print this out. All right, well, does this help us? This is all date of the murder. So date of the murder, there's Hurley. Why is Hurley in there? He's the only one of our suspects. He went and got something from the fridge. $10 a.m. for 1 minute. The longest anyone's in there. Everyone's in there for less than a minute. He's in there for 1:17. Don't know how that helps us yet. Maybe it will help us later. All right. So back to the question about whether we need to know where lose is. I mean, I suppose this feels like we shouldn't have to. Feels like we shouldn't have to do this. And clearly he must be going to lose. But it's not clear that the red lion is in lose. So let's just see. Maybe one of our British people can tell us. John says, sorry, can I get a recap on what's been going on since the break? Okay. Let me recap for Jonathan quickly. We decoded the message. It was Hurley telling the girlfriend telling Hurley, meet me up Friday after you're done where we can get away. Meet me at the Red Lion. The Green Lion. And then when we opened up the book, the end of chapter answer, it told us part 2 is just figure out where our prime suspect is headed. So we know he's headed to the Green Lion. And so the only question is, it wants us to provide one of these stops. And I'm assuming that the stop it wants is lose. I'm just having a little bit of a second thoughts about, is it possible that there's a stop closer to the Green Lion than lose? Because we don't know where these places are on the map. We don't know where Stirping and Sixcroft are on the map. So the question is it possible that they're closer to the Green Lion? Surely not. Surely lose is going to be the closest, but I'm just not 100% sure. So I just don't know a good way to do this. Station Road lose. It'd be nice to get let's see, Sixcroft. Okay, it didn't seem to want to give us anything for that. How about Stirping? Okay. You can't see it, but it's useless information. It's not helping me at all. So I'm going to just assume that he's clearly going to lose. And I'll worry about if this is wrong, then we'll know it's one of the others nearby. Okay, so I think he's going to lose, which is the closest town to the Green Lion, I'm assuming. Any objection? I mean, it doesn't matter. If it's wrong, then we know he was going to the Green Lion and we would just have to search for more. So this could have taken us half hour if we hadn't decoded the note. We have, so we can just click submit. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty annoying. Unless this game hasn't made us search on the internet for anything else. So, did we get another map? Did we get a map in one of their Facebook pages for Guy Hurley? He doesn't have a map. He talks about lose to Auckland, Happy New Year to all New Zealand Hurleys. Meet me at the Green Lion. I don't understand why this game would really want us to look on a map. It just seems unlikely to me. So, oh, come on, guys. I wonder, you know what it's going to be? It's going to be the season pass use is going to tell us where he got off. I was thinking that his season pass use was telling it what the end of the line was, but it's not. It's telling us where he got off. Okay. So look. He got on in Victoria Station and he got off. Well, this says he went to lose. But look where he got off, and look what this says. Passengers may alight at any stop between these stations. So I think the ticket covers travel between Lewes and Victoria Station. But I think he actually got at 2045 and got off at 21:45:57. So let's look. So there's a 2047. So I think he was on the LH H17 train, getting on in Victoria 2047, and then look where he got off. There's a train that alights at Stirping at 21:44. The next stop is Lewes at 21:49. That's Lewes. So he got on this train. Let's see, barrier entry time. So he got in 20:45. So presumably he got the train in the next 2 minutes. And then that train ended up in Stirping at 21:44. So he got off one stop earlier than Lewes. So he's got a pass that takes him as far as Lewes, but he got off one stop earlier. So Stirping. Does everyone agree with that reasoning? I think it's weird that to show us that map. Seems like it would be nice to make it more open-ended, but okay, I think it's going to be Stirping. Let's see. Okay, I hit enter, but it didn't want to do it. Let's try reloading this page. Objective 1 complete. Well done, team. Fantastic work. We've put boots on the ground in that area, and they've already sent out some information that might help us track down Guy's exact location. That information is available in the envelope marked Part 2. Please open envelope part 2 and follow the instructions listed on the front and back of the envelope. Okay, so there we go. Took us a little bit longer to get to part 2. One thing that's weird is that I thought part 2, I thought part 2, oh, I see. So that little extra information was also part of part 1. So we haven't actually started part 2 till now. So part 1 had 2 answers that were required of us. Okay. Don't open until you've completed all part 1. Complete the objective in the internal memo if you need hints, and then answer it here. So this is the one that should take us less than an hour. Let's see. It contains an internal memo, an interview transcript, housing register, and a webmail screenshot. Okay. What were the estimated times? Hour and hour. Okay, I guess we can probably finish this in one night. So let's stop for a second before I open this. So we've been playing for 3 hours and 20 minutes. According to the estimate, it's going to take us another, we're exactly at the halfway point. So it's going to take us another 3 hours and 20 minutes, which would be a total of about 7 hours. So my question to you now is, would you like to stop at this halfway point and continue tomorrow? Or shall we push on and finish it in about another 3 hours? Let's have a vote. So I want you to type in break now or keep going. If we keep going, we won't stop until we finish it. That's going to be the rule, though. Probably take us about 3 hours, maybe somewhere between 2 and 4 hours, for a total stream time of maybe 7 hours. Or we can stop here after only 3 hours and 20 minutes, which is a very short stream for us, and then have another 3 hour and 20 minute tomorrow. Okay, let's see. So type vote break or vote keep going. Or you could type vote don't care, or vote whatever you want. I can't control you. You can type vote whatever you want. So far, we've got 2 people voting to continue. One more would lock it up. Anna says don't care. All right, I guess we're going to keep going then. No need to continue the vote. We can stop. So far, this voting system has been useful. All right. Clear. Okay, then let's get to it. Internal memorandum. 26th January, the day after she was killed. Detective P.L. Ayers, thank you for identifying Guy Hurley as the prime suspect. Due to your quick thinking, we've been able to track him fleeing to Stirping. We've sent some of the CLPC team down to join forces with the local Stirping branch. And I want you to go too. While you're traveling down there, here's some extra evidence to look through. We need to know what address he will be hiding at so we can issue the correct warrant. Please look over this new evidence and cross-reference it with evidence found in Part 1. When you think you've tracked Guy's whereabouts, please follow the instructions on the front of the envelope labeled Part 2 to confirm your answer. We don't have long, Detective. Good luck. All right. Where would he be going in Stirping? We need his address. We have his... No, we've lost track of him now. We know he's hiding out with that woman. All right, here's an interview that's going to help us. It's with Jack Harper, barman of the Green Lion Pub. I see. Okay, so we're talking to the barman of the pub they meet up at. Interview conducted by Detective Tyson from the local Stirping branch. 1735 on the 26th, so the next night after the murder, after the escape. Detective, I have here 2 photos of 2 people in a cafe we would like to question. We think they may be here in Stirping. Have you seen these people at all recently? Yeah, I seen the woman about. She comes in every now and then. She was in here last night, came in around 6:30 in the evening and had a meal. A man I'm not so familiar with, but he joined her a few hours later. And they didn't stay in one of the bedrooms, did they? No, they wouldn't need to. Woman lives here. Well, partly. Most of the time she's in London. Some big fancy job of some sort. I'm not too sure what, though. Detective, you wouldn't happen to know where she lives, would you? No, sorry. I don't know her that well, but somewhere in the village. I must say, I know times are changing, but I don't like it. It's wrong. Detective, what is? Harper, the man, yeah, he isn't her partner. Detective, have you seen her actual partner? Harper, oh yeah, they used to come in here quite often. I can't remember his name, but I hear he's a good woodworker. Good woodworker. Detective, so you think she's having an affair with the guy that came in late last night and her partner is none the wiser? Harper, definitely. The way the 2 of them were looking at each other, well, I don't think there was any other conclusion one could come to. It could only end badly, if you ask me. Detective, did you happen to overhear anything else they said? Harper, I don't eavesdrop on my customers, thank you very much. Detective, I'm not saying you do, but if you inadvertently overheard anything, it could help. Harper, well, I recall her saying something like, nice to see you wearing the gloves I got you, or something like that. And I don't really commit those things to memory. Detective, all right, thank you very much, Mr. Harper. So he's still wearing the gloves he killed her. I believe we've got the real murderer. This isn't like a twist, I don't think. And she's married to the woodworker, which, remember, we have that photo of his contents of his desk drawer where we found White Winters Carpentry. So I think that's his name. E.D. White. Also his phone number, I'm tempted to call that actual phone number, but it's an international British call, so I'm a little hesitant unless we need to. Okay, well, let's see. Housing register. I think maybe we can find White in here, E.D. White, and then it's all settled. Let's see what we've got here. So, housing register. Let's look for our E.D. White. Oh, Harry White. Dennis White. Okay. So what's oh, it's double, it's 2 sets. This is one set, this is the second column. Okay, so let's just look here. Let's look for any Whites. So there's one White, Harry White, but I thought our guy's name was E.D. White. What else do we got? There was another White down here too. Dennis White. Okay, so that would be more likely to be our E.D. White if his name is Dennis White. So he's either at 5 Lark Ascent or 26 Brighton Road. And this is going to be probably car license plate. Unless, I mean, he got married, he wouldn't change his name. Let's look at that thing again and see if maybe I didn't get that ED wrong. White Winters. Oh, the email is D. White. Email is D. White. Okay, so we found him. Dennis White. That's her partner. That is none the wiser. Okay, so let's get a card. It feels like we're making quick work of this. Okay, Dennis White, partner of the woman. So we can get rid of this one. It's not Harry White. All right, I'll leave that on there. It's too hard. He's at 5 Lark Ascent Road. BN 28 4AE. I think that's going to be his license plate. Okay. And then we've only got one last thing here. Lyle Reed says, received 26 January. Dear Inspector Paulson, I'm an old acquaintance of Nell. I hope you don't mind me reaching out to you. Nell was an excellent private investigator. I feel that I would be doing some sort of justice for her by trying to help your team with your investigation. I am aware that Nell was looking for a leak within Mediluck, and one of her suspects, Zoe Zink, was involved with the Checkered Lion ring. We have just received some intel that this suspect was being blackmailed by the gang made to work for them, using their chemistry expertise to help their drug manufacturing. On the condition that sensitive information about this suspect would not be leaked onto my face page. My colleagues have been keeping surveillance on this suspect, and they were seen at a gig on Friday night. Hopefully this new information will give you some level of closure that the suspect was being blackmailed for something, but that something was not the leaked formulas from Mediluck. It would appear that these cases are two separate matters and are not linked in any way. Lyle Reed. This is a weird thing to get because we've already eliminated her. Because we already knew that she was at this club. So why are we getting an additional letter about that? That's weird. I guess it's... I don't know why this piece of information is here for us. Very strange. Doesn't seem like... It seems like this is coming too late to be of use to us. All right, well, I think we're ready to solve this part. Because this is something that's happened a bunch before. When you do play the way we have, sometimes you're more comprehensively go through evidence so that subsequent questions are quicker. Okay, Jonathan is saying, proposing a reason why that letter gives us extra information. He's saying, we had already eliminated Zoe, but this is eliminating the blackmail ring. Okay, that's true. That's fair. So the blackmail ring motive is out. It is interesting what is the motive? We don't really know the motive. Okay, that's a fair point. All right, let's solve this part 2. That's only supposed to take us a half an hour. All right, so we're gonna go to whoops. Someone is... Okay. Which address is Guy hiding at? Now, I mean, it's a little weird to be hiding at the husband's house. But he's hiding at her house where she lives with her partner. Okay, they must just not be telling the partner that they're having an affair. But surely that's where they're staying, right? Surely they're staying at White's house. Assuming so, it's 5 Lark Ascent. All right, does anyone have any objection to this? Seems to me that this is the only place reasonable as an answer. Nice to see you wearing the gloves I got you. She must be staying with him. If you call the phone number, maybe she says her partner is away. That's a very good guess. All right, let's try this. Objective 2 complete. Great work. We've apprehended the suspect at the address you advised us to head to. I've sent you a new envelope labeled Part 3, which contains additional information. Please open it now. Please open envelope Part 3 and follow the instructions on the back of the envelope. Okay, so we finished Part 2. It was as quick as it said. I like Jonathan's theory. We're going to pretend we called and she said her husband's away. I like that a lot. All right. Part 3, the final part, it contains an internal memo, an interview transcript, collected evidence, security email, witness statement, CCTV, delivery receipt, and a BAC online. Eight items. Let's not forget who we're getting justice for. Nell, the plucky private eye who got unfairly killed because she found out the culprit. Okay. Internal memorandum, 27 January, 2 days after the murder. Dear Detective Ayers, thanks to your hard work and the cooperation with Stirping Police, we found the suspect, Mr. Guy Hurley, at the home of Mary Ann Winters in Stirping and brought him to Stirping Police Station for questioning, the transcript of which is included in this envelope from Detective Tyson. Also included is a sample of Mr. Hurley's hair and glove prints. Ultimately, following pressure from Mr. Hurley's solicitor and cross-referencing his movements with his bank statement, it was decided that the evidence was too inconclusive to charge Hurley, and as such, he was allowed to go. We've been going over the exterior CCTV footage provided by the Mediluck security team with a fine-tooth comb. In particular, the cameras numbered 20, 24, and 25. One point of interest was that nobody entered the building after Mrs. Firp went in. Miss Firp went in. As such, after carefully reviewing the day's footage, we've managed to narrow down the list of people who were in the building with Miss Firp at the time of her murder to 3. We know from Miss Firp's case notebook that she interacted with all 3 men during her week at Mediluck Medicines. Do we have new suspects now? Are we saying it's not Hurley? Well, here are the 3 men. Patrick Medluck, Tom Johnson, and Phil Smith. So the security guard, the new post-op room worker, or the CEO. We've yet to receive any additional internal CCTV footage from security apart from the freeze frame of Tom moments after one of the suspects was seen fleeing from the rear exit. Evidence enclosed. So the security guard is caught on a camera. We've checked all the camera components, hardware, and there were no signs of tampering. Companies in the buildings surrounding Mediluck building provided us with their own CCTV feeds of the streets and alleys between the buildings. Curiously, the suspect was not seen on any of the feeds. The last pieces of evidence are included in this envelope. Some of this may relate to other evidence given to you previously. Since you've already eliminated the original suspects who had access to the lab, it must be one of the new suspects. Your objective is to find Nell's killer from the list of the 3 suspects above. Okay, so this is an interesting little twist. They're saying we caught the guy that everyone believed was him, and it wasn't him. He actually had exonerating evidence. It's weird to tell us in this way, rather than giving it to us, but basically he's exonerated. And now they've rethought about it and decided, well, actually these other 3 people. Now we think we figured out why he's not on the cameras, because I think he came in from the shutter door, came up, killed her, and then escaped through the cafeteria. So I think he came in through here, up, killed her, escaped through the back door where he was caught. And we know there are no cameras by the shutter door if you come in this way. So if you were to come in this way, then you only get caught on the way out. But we know that the post office guy does not have the key to here. So that makes you think it's either, that would make you think it would rule out the post guy, and that it's either the CEO or the security officer is my guess. But that's just an initial gut feeling. Okay. Interview transcript with Guy Hurley. Oh, here we are going to find out. He is going to convince us that he's not involved. Hurley, what's this all about? Detective, we'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the murder of Miss Nell Phirp. Who? Here's a picture. You killed her, didn't you? Well, you got the wrong man. I don't even know this woman. You don't? Well, I saw her in the canteen at work, but I didn't know her personally. I don't even know her name till you told me it just now. Detective, she was a private investigator. Your boss, Patrick Mediluck, hired her. I see. Detective, she was looking into a case of confidential information from your lab being uploaded onto the internet. Someone in the lab was leaking information? Detective, yes. Do you know anything about it? No. Detective, where were you on Friday night? Hurley, well, I finished for the day at 5:30, rode the lift down, bumped into Tim Johnston, or whatever his name is, in the foyer and made small talk. I think he's talking about the security guy, Tom. I made small talk, weekend plans, Premier League, weather, etc. After leaving work, I popped into Marsh and Spinster because I needed some new socks. Stopped off at Chicken King for a bite to eat before meeting up with my friend Jake for a drink at some bar he was raving about. Do you remember what it was called? Yeah, the King's Head. Then I took a cab to Victoria Station to catch the train to Stirping. I stopped at the coffee place at the station, though. Is that important? Is the fact that I bought a flat white and bear claw important too? Detective. How do you explain leaving Victoria Station minutes after the murder took place? Hurley. Well, I can't. I mean, it's coincidence, right? Detective. You weren't leaking information to Marianne Winters, were you? Of course not. Detective, then what were you doing? Hurley, that's, when do I get to talk to a lawyer? I'm not answering any more questions. So he's having an affair with this married woman. That's why he doesn't want to give information, but he's got a strong alibi. Like, you should be able to track him down to this coffee place, which would give him a strong alibi. Now, he also provided a hair sample. Total length 115 millimeters. Where's our original hair sample? Sure looks similar. By memory, at least, looks similar. There's our original hair sample at the scene. On her clothes. On her clothes. Here's his hair sample. Now, let me look. So the hair sample found was 131 millimeters. Okay, with a little dot at the end. The new one is 115. It looks pretty similar, brown, dark brown. It looks pretty consistent. 115 versus 131, that's pretty darn close. We've seen from his photo, he's got reasonably fixed length hair, but still, that's pretty close. Okay, glove prints. Glove prints were found at the crime scene. See the crime scene report. We have decided to take glove prints from the suspect. Okay. Investigators searched the house in Stirping and found the leather gloves we believe are the same as the ones he was seen opening in Mick Smith's cafe surveillance photos. Glove prints were taken. Okay. So these look completely different. I mean, they're pretty degraded in the top, which might make sense. They look very uniform, like they're brand new here. They are brand new here. Whereas here, but the reports suggest that these gloves were new because the pores pick up dirt and they haven't picked up much, but maybe it's just because you don't expect to get prints as clean as this at a scene. Is there any reason we should think that these, is there any reason we can be sure these aren't these? I mean, the intro of this part seemed to say, it's a weird situation here where the game was like, here's part 3. He can't be one of your original 5. It has to be one of the new 3 ones. And now this is giving evidence for us to make that conclusion ourselves, even though the game has told us, trust us, it wasn't him. That's very weird. But on separate matter, can we use these to eliminate him? These are very degraded. I'm not sure how we use these. Any thoughts on comparing those to these? Like, I'm not sure how to... It's very hard to get anything useful from these ones found at the scene of the crime. I can zoom in on one and see if we can't understand it a little better. Maybe there's one that's got something really distinctive that we could use. Doesn't really look like it. I mean, the parts that look super unique look like they're just flaws in picking up. I mean, that looks like a pretty narrow fingerprint. This looks like the best one here. The L1. You might look for this little hook here, or you might look for this separator here. If you look at this print L1, I don't see any signs of that. So I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to testify in court that you could use these to eliminate him. Why do we have 10 fingerprints from the crime scene? That's a good question. All right, well, let's put this off for now. All right. Bill Kavanaugh at Mediluck.com says, "Hello, Detective. In response to your query as to our security clearance codes, here's a brief rundown. All passes can access internal corridors, conference rooms, and the cafeteria on the ground floor. However, each lab is locked, so only the researchers assigned to that lab can enter. Code for each lab is a letter pair that rises in order. So 7G is AA, 7G01 is AA, 7G02 is AB, and so on. Similar codes exist for any sensitive admin offices, such as the senior management offices on the top floor, SM, or the IT office and site team office on the ground floor, codes IT and ST. Like the labs, they're locked off, so only people who are a part of those teams can enter. Other levels of security include Class T for the catering team, which gives them exclusive access to the cafeteria kitchen. Class P passes are for the post room people, which gives them exclusive access to the post room and allows the goods in shutter to be operated if used in conjunction with the switch key. You need to also have the switch key. It also allows them to access all the labs and offices in the building so they can deliver letters and parcels. Class T passes, which we have and the CEO has, don't forget, she mentions that in her notes, are the topmost level of security and allow access to all labs and rooms, including the kitchen and goods in shutter door. Lastly is the Class V for visitors, which can open the internal corridor doors as well as access to the conference rooms and cafeteria, but none of the labs or admin offices. Hope that's helpful. So we know the CEO had Class T. We know we were given Class T. I'm not sure. We know the post office guy has Class P, presumably, so he could access everywhere to deliver, but he doesn't have the switch key, so he can't open the shutter. And I guess Class T can't open the shutter either without the switch key. Of course, you might be able to get the switch key. Okay, here's the post room guy, Philip, we're finally talking to. "I've been working for Mediluck Medicines for a couple of months in the post room. Officially, my job title is post room operative, but I'm just the post room guy. I think they call it that to make the job sound more exciting than it really is. Originally, I was just brought in to help the old post room guy, but when he left, they offered me a permanent position. I mean, I say permanent, it's a job until my band, Mark E.D. Sad, takes off. Of course, we're going places, and when we break through, I'm not staying in that post room. That day, I got in at 9. I rode in on my motorbike and parked it in the alley. Most of that day was pretty standard, taking deliveries and doing rounds and all that. A little busy maybe, but pretty uneventful. Normally my day ends at 5:30 or so, but I had to stay late because there was an important delivery coming. A sample of some fancy chemical cocktail that has to be kept refrigerated. Don't ask me what it's called or what it's being used for. I don't know. I'm no scientist and it's none of my business. No, not that the prospect of staying late fills me with glee, but I won't say no to a bit of overtime pay. Anyway, the delivery guy that was meant to arrive at 6:30 ended up being 2 hours late, which means he got there right when our person was killed. Can you believe that? I had to stay beyond 8:30 in the evening just because that dunderhead couldn't stick to a schedule. He made some mealy-mouthed excuse, but that didn't make me any less mad. Does he think I have nothing better to do than just sit around in the office for after hours? To top it off, he came to the front foyer entrance. Must be a new guy because they all know they're meant to go to the goods in hatch at the side. Or maybe he just didn't care. Anyway, he came and went, and I made my way to the post room to place the delivery in the refrigerator we have there. On my way, I bumped into Tom, who was doing his security rounds. He was leaving the post room. I put the special chemical in the fridge and logged the time as 8:38 p.m. on the refrigerator check-in sheet. That was my last work task for the day. Before I went home, I took a 5 to 10 minute bathroom break, then grabbed a drink from the cafeteria water cooler. It did make me jump when I saw a figure at the rear of the canteen with a torch. Turned out it was just Tom continuing his rounds. I headed home from there. Not sure if it's relevant, but I had been the receipt of a random act of kindness that day, because someone had put a cover over my bike to keep it dry. Guess it had started raining during that day and I had been too busy to notice. I don't know who, but I appreciated the gesture. Very interesting. I think it does pay to look at this again. Here's the refrigeration log that we got in our email in part 1. So there's Smith checking it in at 8:38. That's his last check-in of this chemical. So it looks like he checked the temperature of the fridge at 8:34. Then he went back at 8:38, as he said he did, to drop it off, and no one came in after it. And then he tells us how the guy came in the front foyer, the delivery guy. The front foyer, just to make clear, is here. He didn't bring it in through here. But I wonder if that means we think that this was left open waiting for the delivery, and then the delivery guy calls to distract him, so he leaves his post, and then someone snuck in while he was doing that. And do we think this bike cover is a clue of some sort or just a red herring? He says, I guess it had started raining and I was too busy to notice. That's very weird. We'll have to have some theories on that in a bit. And then we've got 2 more pieces of evidence. 3. First of all, we've got our security camera. And remember what this is. We were told that the security guard, Tom, got caught on camera checking the exit. So let's compare with our security camera of the person in the fire. It sure sounds like maybe the security guy did this and made it look like it was someone else, maybe. Like that would be my working theory now, that he covered himself up with a blanket to make it look like it was another person. So here's the same exit. He checked footage. This is at 8:36. And then he runs. Here's at 8:37. Here he is looking for who might have left. Now we noticed you could kind of see his feet here. A little hard to see, but it almost kind of looks like it's sneakers. Like maybe some white sneakers. He doesn't seem to be wearing sneakers here though. A little hard to tell. So maybe that suggests it's not him. All right, 2 more pieces of evidence. Then we'll take a break. So here's this site again. Here's an interview with our CEO on this show. We welcome to the debate Patrick Mediluck, streaming live from the Mediluck headquarters. So here's our day of the murder, 7:46. And then 40 minutes in, which would be 8:25, he's on the show. So there's his alibi. Nicholas says he wouldn't have had time to leave. Nicholas talking about the guy. What makes you think he left? Interesting. Jonathan says, is it implying the person who ran outside covering their head dumped the cover on the mailroom guy's bike after they had run out the back exit? That's an interesting idea. Nicholas says he wouldn't have had time to exit the door, then re-enter from the other side unseen. And these are all good points. Boy, I like Jonathan's idea that he left out the back exit and dropped that blanket on his bike. Very interesting. All right, let's get back to this for a second. This seems to be a good alibi for our CEO, right? Because while he's in the building, he looks like he is in the middle of a conversation at 7:45, 8:27. So it gives him like 5 minutes to go kill her. Seems unlikely. Especially since she caught someone copying footage with the USB, which would suggest that they've been there working for a while. In today's episode, Michael Lamprey looks into the ethics of the pharmaceutical industry and is joined for a live debate in Belfast by executives from Paxter and Paxter, Mediluck Medicines, and investigative journalist Jill Wilkins, with special musical guests, the Windowsills. All right, and then there's one more piece of evidence, then we'll take a break. Delivery receipt. Lab chemicals delivered safely. This is the person who came around to the front, remember, when they were supposed to go to the loading dock. Delivery receipt, driver number, sender, parcel, recipient, proof of delivery. Please scan the following QR code with your phone or tablet's camera, or head to lcddeliveries.com. Okay, this is obviously something we're going to find out who sent this. Let's see. He was in Belfast even. No, I don't think he was. Look at this. It's a little confusing, but it says it's a live debate in Belfast by executives from Paxter and Paxter, but we welcome to the debate Patrick Mediluck, streaming live from Mediluck headquarters in London. So he actually is in London. He hasn't gone to Belfast for the debate. The rest of them are in Belfast. He's streaming in. But still, surely he can't be killing her while he's streaming in. Okay, let us do this. Let's take a break. We'll do this when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're almost done with this case. 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Cryptic Killer's Murder at Mediluck Medicine. We have one more piece of evidence to scan. I did make a note of two things I want to check up on. We're in an interesting situation where it seems like the three suspects we've been told, the new suspects, they don't seem all that great, although I suspect the security guy. I did want to make note about a couple things. We have some very tight timelines. Photos catching the person exiting, photos catching the security guy. We've got a statement by the postal guy that Jonathan picked up, something very cryptic with the blanket over his bike that Jonathan picked up that seems really exculpatory for him. The fact that he would mention this and think that someone covered up his bike, that is just too unusual a statement to make, to have him be faking that. Like, that is far too clever a thing for him to have done. You wouldn't think of that as a criminal. So that means someone else left that blanket on his bike, and Jonathan Warner had the brilliant idea that it's the fire blanket that the criminal used to escape. They dumped on his bike on the way out. So I think that's going to eliminate the postal guy. And I think we've eliminated the CEO based on his time streaming. So I think that means of the three, it's the security guy. But Nicola was saying, how would he have time to be on camera as the bad guy at 2036 and then be seen investigating it 30 seconds later? There's the shot of that guy, and there he is 30 seconds later. Seems unlikely. You couldn't run around. You couldn't get out the exit, run around, back in 30 seconds, which is what he'd have to do. And in fact, well, if you did, though, you wouldn't be seen by camera. He's the security guard. Is it possible he could mess with the timestamps on the camera? Something to consider. But the other thing I wanted to make note of, something for me, is, hey, look what I see. Do you see something? I just saw something. Look. Look. Look at that. It's falsified. Look at that. Look at the clock. He's faked the timestamps. Look at the clock. Holy cow. Holy cow. Look at that. Look at that. There's the clock with the person leaving. Exactly as you would expect. 8:37. And that's the time. 8:36:52. There's the clock on the wall. That matches. But now look at that. Supposed to be 8:37. 40 seconds later. Look at the clock on the wall. He's faked it. He's faked his time stamp. Look at that. We caught him. All right. Now we've got our suspect, but we still don't know. Let's see if this piece of evidence is going to show us that he arranged for this. The other thing I wanted to check before I broke this case wide open, discovering the clock, is remember that we do have Nell text messaging right when she sees the killer. So I was thinking that could, I thought maybe we could nail down our timeline a little bit, or if we needed confirmation, it might be useful to look at her text message to confirm the times of everything. And maybe now we don't really need it. But since we are trying to get justice for now, it might be nice to get out her text message again. Okay, so let's see. She noticed someone downloading using a USB stick. So at 8:30, someone's already downloading. The reason I thought this was important is I think we need to check the security guard's explanation of when he arrived. So the text, the SMS says someone downloading at 8:30. So by 8:30, they're already downloading material. And then at 8:34, she catches them and presumably gets killed. And then we could try to look at the security guard's interview of when he says he got into work. Not sure where his statement is. Obviously, if we're going to accuse him, we want to find his statement, though, even though we've cracked it wide open. I do want to find his statement, though, because if we're going to accuse him of murder, we want to know a little bit. We want to get our ducks in a row here before we accuse someone of murder. Oh, there's our statement from our security guard. Before we do that, let's scan this thing and then maybe we'll reread his statement and see if we can catch him on anything. Okay, so let's scan this in. Parcel tracker, okay. So it wants the driver number, 3453. Parcel number, SF8532. Okay, doesn't like the SF, maybe capitals is important. SF8532. Okay, let's see what we've got. Parcel collected the day before the murder. Checked in at Central Hub. Expected delivery 8 p.m. I see. Out for delivery. Okay, so it was supposed to be there about 2 p.m., but then it got pushed over. It says updated. Okay. Delivered at building entrance, photographic delivery attached. Okay, so this is going to be a photograph that might give us some information. Let's see what we've got. Proof of delivery. I see. It's showing us that the security guard has gloves, I think is what we're being told to do. But did he give it to the postman? What does the postman say? Did he Does he say that the security guard picked it up, or does he say he grabbed it? I thought he said he signed it in, but this seems like it's pointing us to the security guard, since that looks like the shoes that the security guard wears. Let me see what he says. It was late. Sample of some chemical. Says he made some mealy-mouthed excuse. That didn't make me any less mad. Does he think I have nothing better to do than just sit around? To top it off, he came in the front foyer entrance. Must be a new guy, because they all know they're meant to go to the goods inn hatch at the side, or maybe he didn't care. Anyway, he came and went, and I made my way to the post room to place the delivery. On my way, I bumped into Tom, who was doing his security rounds. He was leaving the post room. That's a weird thing, huh? I mean, this photograph clearly looks like our security guy's shoes and gloves. So it looks like the security guard must be taking, or is this our motorbike postman? Is this our postman who is on a motorbike? And is this just a red herring? We've already decided it's the security guard. Let's read the security guard statement. It's just this little photo is throwing me a little bit. Let's read the security guard statement. I work as the night watchman at Mediluck Medicines. Today I arrived for my shift just after 5:30, caught up with the day team, shot the breeze, settled in. Seemed like any other night, really. Sometimes people stay and work late. On Fridays, no one comes after 7:30. That's a good... He knows no one's come there, so it's a good excuse for him to do his thievery when he thinks everyone's going to be gone. And we know the postman wasn't lying about the package should have been there at 2:30 p.m. Is there really? It's usually a real ghost town. Ghost town. Okay, all the internal doors are locked with NFC key cards locked. Intruder find it pretty hard to get inside. The only reason they have is for insurance purposes. Okay, let's see. The beginning of the evening was uneventful. He had to go to the bathroom. He clicked on the kettle. On the way back, he heard a noise from the rear exit. I went to investigate. The door was shut. That's when he noticed it was ajar. I had to look inside. That's when I found the body. Then he called the police. The day team told him that the CEO had hired a PI, so he knew about the PI. I checked the CCTV feeds. I saw they had run through the cafeteria at 10:36 and left the building through the near exit door. They had disguised their appearance with a fire blanket. So it's pretty clear the security guard is faking the footage. So just to confirm that this footage, which is marked as if it came in 40 seconds, it says, I've checked all the camera, the hardware. There were no signs of tampering. Companies in the building surrounding Mediluck provide with their own. The suspects. Curiously, the suspect was not seen on any of the feeds. Last piece of evidence, and it says we've checked no more interior CCTV except from the freeze frame of Tom moments after the suspect was seen fleeing. So moments after is what this is supposed to be, but we know it's not. It's faked. The only weird thing is this delivery of the package, because the post guy certainly implies that he picked it up. I think maybe this is the post guy with his bike gloves, and it's meant to throw us off the trail of the security guard. It's meant to throw shade, suspicion on the post guy. $2036. So 2036 is right when she's getting killed. So I think, if nothing else, so I think that explains it. This, don't let the gloves and shoes confuse you. This is giving us a hard alibi for the postman. That is the postman. He is picking up the package. The gloves and shoes are just meant to distract us. They're actually motorbike gloves and motorbike shoes. And he has a solid alibi now. He was actually signing for this package. This was happening like seconds after our suspect, 3626. It's actually 30 seconds before our suspect is seen leaving. And that's the real time because it locks in with that. So, and that's when, remember, he says he runs into Tom with the flashlight on the way back. The post guy does. Let's see if that's consistent. So he picks up the packages in the foyer. And he runs into the guard at the post room. Coming back in this way is what he did. The security guy left, killed her, leaves, circles back around, comes in just when the post office guy is getting back. Nicholas said, why would this photo be from the POV of the one receiving the package? I don't think it is. It's point of view of the delivery guy, and he's delivering it to the postman who's about ready to leave and has got his motorcycle outfit on. And now the timeline makes perfect sense. Look, the postman's being given the package at 2036. Okay? 2036, he had to come here to get the package. 20 seconds later, the security guard has killed her and has exited the rear exit, run around back, come back here, sneaking in through the shuttered door. As he's doing that, at another minute, a couple minutes later, the post office guy runs into him and says, I just saw the security guard coming out of the post room with a flashlight. So it makes total sense that our guy, our post worker, has picked up the package from delivery guy right at the time when the killer security guard is leaving. And then he goes this way, he goes this way, and he runs into him coming out of the post room where he's already killed her. and made his fake escape. He goes back to the office. He fakes the security camera dating, and he calls the police. I think we wrapped it up pretty cleanly. All right. Anything else anyone wants to talk about, clarify before we go to look at the answers? Go to submit our final answer. I'm just going to type it in here while we're talking. John says, I'm good. Nicola is just saying that his last statement about the point of view of the picture was because we were saying postman guy is different from delivery guy, so that makes sense. Okay. Here we go. Who killed Nell? And our answer is, so it's only giving us a choice from the last three new people. Maybe we can talk about that when we talk about our review. I'm going to click Tom Johnson. That's our security guard. Any objection before I hit submit? Because I think this is the place where you have to object if you don't believe this, because if we get it wrong, everyone's going to feel bad and everyone has to take blame for it. It is interesting how the first part we took about 1.5 times as long as it suggested, but it feels like the third part and the second part we finished quickly. All right, since we have this voting, let's make it official. Get in your vote for who you think did it. Just type vote, Tom, Phil, or Patrick. The postman, the security guard, or the CEO. Let's make it official. Okay, Nicola and Jonathan all vote for Tom. Ginny also votes for Tom. This is good, because it keeps people who are away from the stream from getting credit, although this one seems easy. Okay, Anna's got 20 seconds if she wants to get it on her official record as lead detective closing cases. There was a show, I'm trying to remember what show it was, where the cops were all about, they made a big deal about putting the case names on the board, and then they would erase them and write them in a different color when they solved and closed the case. I don't remember if that was a documentary show. It might have been The First 48, which is an amazing documentary show about detectives. If you haven't seen The First 48, you've got some great stuff ahead of you. If you haven't seen the show, The First 48 on A&E, there's lots of clips on YouTube. It's an extraordinarily good show about homicide detectives that's gone on for like 7 or 8 years. And it's really quite good. You follow them from the start of the case to the end. Sometimes they catch the guy, sometimes they don't. It's pretty spectacular. All right, that sounds like 2 minutes has passed. That's our final vote. It's now closed up. There's our detectives on the record. All right, here we go. We're going to submit our answer here. Mediluck killer reveal. Security guard admits to PI murder. Security guard employed as a night watchman at Mediluck Medicines has pleaded guilty to the murder of a private investigator, Nell Ferp. We got justice for Nell. In a shocking turn of events, night watchman at Mediluck Medicines, Tom Johnson, has pleaded guilty to the murder of private investigator Nell Ferp. Nell Ferp, a former police officer turned private investigator, was hired by Mediluck's CEO, Patrick Mediluck, to to determine who was leaking highly confidential information to the online forum Poyet. Miss Ferp had begun building a case file of evidence for the suspects working in Lab 7G12, the lab where a new formula was being developed. And during an after-hours visit to the lab, she was brutally murdered. Ferp was only a week into her new assignment and had identified 5 potential suspects in a case involving the leaking of confidential company information from Lab 7G12. The suspects were 5 lab technicians who worked in the same lab. Following Miss Ferp's death, her case file was handed over to Police Detective P.L. Ayers, who conducted a thorough investigation into the 5 initial suspects. Misleading evidence led police to believe that the prime suspect in the case was lab technician Guy Hurley. The manhunt for Mr. Hurley led the police on a wild goose chase to the town of Stirping. However, after his apprehension, the police found that their evidence was flawed and that Mr. Hurley had an alibi that proved his innocence. While the police were on the hunt for Mr. Hurley, they continued to collect evidence which led them to believe that the real killer was likely to have been one of the 3 people known to have been in the building at the same time as Miss Ferp. Mr. Johnson was one of those 3 suspects. During the court proceedings, Mr. Johnson confessed to being guilty of murder, stating that while downloading confidential information from a computer in Lab 7G12, he heard a noise from one of the lab cupboards, causing him to panic. In his panic, he hit Miss Ferp over the head with a heavy microscope, killing her instantly. Despite his guilty plea, the courts did not look favorably upon Mr. Johnson due to the cover-up story that he had devised in an attempt to initially appear innocent. Mr. Johnson, as a member of the security team, had access to the CCTV system, which he used to his advantage. He deleted and overwrote a portion of the night's footage, creating the illusion that he was chasing the suspect immediately after they were seen fleeing. However, this deception was uncovered by an analog clock that was in sight of one of the internal CCTV cameras, which showed the actual time of the chase compared to the timestamp on the tampered footage. This ultimately led to his downfall. During his trial, Mr. Johnson admitted to fleeing Mediluck building immediately after the murder, taking steps to conceal his identity by using a fire blanket. He discarded this blanket on top of a colleague's motorcycle located in the alleyway alongside the building. Mr. Johnson was then able to gain access back into the Mediluck building via the Goods Inn shutter door, using his access card in combination with a switch key held only by members of the security team. This was another key clue that was uncovered by expert investigators. According to court testimony, after re-entering the building via the Goods Inn shutter door, Mr. Johnson encountered the post-room operative, Phil Smith, before heading to the security office to alter the footage. Short time later, Mr. Smith bumped into Mr. Johnson again, this time in the cafeteria, where Johnson was caught by Smith reenacting the chase. Although Smith was unaware of Johnson's intentions at the time, the timing of these events, in combination with the movements caught on CCTV, played a crucial role in uncovering Mr. Johnson's true movements. The CEO of Mediluck, Patrick Mediluck, expressed his shock and disgust at the heinous crime that had occurred in their building. It is believed that, although Mr. Mediluck was in the building around the time of the murder, he was particularly participating in a live-streamed television program at the exact time of death. Commenting on the events, Mr. Mediluck acknowledged that CCTV can help to provide evidence, but that users should be aware that the footage can all too easily be tampered with to paint a dangerous illusion. Due to the sensitive nature of Mediluck's information, the company has been hesitant to install internal cameras, citing them as potential source of information leaks. But in light of this tragic event, the company is now taking steps to better protect its staff by immediately updating its CCTV and card access systems. Today, Mick Smith, Miss Ferp's assistant, paid tribute to his friend and colleague, saying, "Nell was willing to put herself in harm's way in the pursuit of truth and justice, so I think she will be pleased that this time justice prevailed in the end." Detailed summary of the clues for each suspect. Did you find all of them? Okay. Hi, I'm Luke. Congratulations on finding the killer. This is our latest game, and you're among the first to play it. As such, we don't have many reviews on this case file, so I really need your help. Less than 1% of players leave a review. If everyone did, we'd be able to devote more time to creating more games for the world to enjoy. It would be a huge help to us. Thank you. Please click on your flag. Okay, this is not a joke. These we're going to talk about the case in a second, but I do want to make another pitch for this. These companies on their own, this is a perfect example of a kind of company you want to support. It's a small company creating these cases that we love that are quite special. And how do you get the word out about that your case is good? I mean, you're competing with other cases. Some are good, some are bad. But without people talking about them, spreading word of mouth, it's very hard for these companies to get sales. So I think, this is something that you could all do if you enjoyed it. I'm not going to sign into Amazon in front of you, but I'll leave a review. I suggest if you have an Amazon account, you leave a review too, or post on your social media, etc. Okay, we did it. We solved it. We caught our guy. Pretty satisfying to bring justice to Nell Ferp, who needed our help. She was quite a pip of a detective. Sad what happened to her, but we brought her killer to justice. Let us take a 5-minute break, come back, give our final thoughts. I'm curious to hear what you thought about it, your favorite parts, your least favorite parts, any suggestions you would have to the designers. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and it's time for us to give our little quick review of Murder at Medicine. What have I forgotten the name? Mediluck Medicines. Let's check in with the chat first and hear comments. And it says, as you noticed, I wasn't very engaged with this one. Story just didn't grip me, so I started to do other things. John says, the map route puzzle to get the code was fun. I really enjoyed all the different clues found in the photo of the drawer with the code letter in it. Jesse catching the clock not matching was great. Documents looked great. Maybe a little easier than we expected, but we are a veteran group. Also, I think we enjoyed the first envelope the most, so maybe not ideal pacing. To me, it would seem more natural to have us start with thinking it could be only the three, then prove actually more people could have snuck in, then introduce more new suspects in the later acts. That way the game did it was kind of the opposite. Okay. So let me give some thoughts for me. First of all, I really liked it a lot. This is the second Cryptic Killers game we've played. Both of them, the feel, the quality of the and variety of evidence really feels good to me. It was really nice to go through such convincing and variety of documents, whether it's the autopsy report, the text messages, the interviews, the web screenshots. I really like the way that this company does the evidence. It's generous. There's a lot of it. It's very varied. It's not these silly props. The only prop you could say might not be relevant is this prop of hers. Her access card seems not important. Maybe access level to have you pick up on that. But on the other hand, it connects to one of the other things that this case does so well, this case in particular, which is that it motivated us to want to solve it. There were real humans involved in this case with different personalities, with some humor, the guy that was writing the poetry. But this private detective, like right from the start, we got a feel for her as a person who deserved justice. And that was that matters to me. And I think it matters to this group too, or at least a big chunk of this group. And that was important and enjoyable. And Anna didn't quite get grasped by the storyline, but I think Jonathan and I both really did. Like, this world of corporate espionage was a nice change of pace from the sort of serial killer stuff. And there were some different motives we didn't know. Could it be the animal rights group? Could it be someone blackmailing someone? Could it be for money, trading secrets? So for me, I really enjoyed being in this corporate espionage world and all of the different characters. And I like that we had that guy having the affair. So all that stuff I thought was really well done. I mean, I really like that. Catching up with the channel quickly. Jenny said, I'm novice here. I thought it was pretty good. Glad we didn't have any puzzles like the bingo triangle thing from Monday's game. Yes. Okay. So another thing, it's very hard to rank the difficulties of these games too. And if any group goes into it on one good day or bad day, it's going to be much easier, much harder. It's definitely easier with a group. We had some help from everyone here. Of course, I figured out the key piece of evidence that cracked the case wide open, which was that clock. You could see, however, if you didn't spot that clock, you could get stuck at the end for a while. But I would tend to agree with Jonathan that this is not like, this is rated at 4.5 out of 5. This is not the hardest level of cases of some of the cases we played. But, medium hard. It definitely wasn't easy, and it had some things that could really trip you up. Keeping again with compliments to the system remember, it's the same, we're told it's the same author that did, well, I gave him credit in the beginning, that's done both of the games we've played and the new one. And I really like their balance of the internet use. Like, there is not much, but it's used to sort of unlock a couple extra pieces of evidence. It's fun, but it's never so open-ended that you have to go searching for things and spending huge amounts of time just wondering if something's hidden somewhere, if there's some website you should have thought of. It's very minimal. It just adds a little bit of flavor, and it looks like from the instructions that you could probably download the evidence if you didn't want to have internet access while you played. You could download ahead of time. And there was also, okay, so there's all that. Those are the pieces now, and then I want to talk about the sort of ending wrap up. There's something to be said for the pacing of these 3 acts not being perfect. And I think Jonathan makes a good point that I do want to return to. However, I think that the finale where we were like, is it the post guy? Is it the security guard? And that little trying to work that out, and then the delivery photo, which was kind of misleading. But one of the things that made that so enjoyable for me was that the pieces really did click into place at the end. Because we read that statement from the post office guy, and he said, one thing I want to mention is he said, someone did an act of kindness, which was unusual. They covered up my bike because it was raining. And when I read that, I said, what? What is that all about? What does it have to do with anything? And that's a weird thing to have happened. Like, it felt like it had to be something else. But I had no idea what that would be. It really left me confused. And Jonathan Warner said, that's going to be the blanket that the killer used to cover their identity when they left, and then they just dropped it over his motorcycle on their escape route. And there were a couple of moments of that especially happened at that end, because a similar thing happened when we finally figured out the explanation of the postman running into the security guy a couple times. That the timing, I mean, we've talked about timeline being fun to work with in games, and this was really one where we had that. We had multiple sources of timeline, from her text message, which also helped to motivate our wanting to seek justice for her, because she was like, I see the guy, he's right there, I'm hiding. Then she got killed. But all of the timelines linked up perfectly. All the pieces clicked in. When we finally decided that it was the security guard who fakes his footage, and he must have come back around, and then the postman ran into him coming out of the thing. Like, everything clicked into place at the end. And for me, that made for a very satisfying ending. And very satisfying when we figured it out, and figured out that we've got strong evidence of the security guard. It just all made sense to me. So I love that. I would happily play more games from this company. I really liked it. Now, as far as negatives, however, I think you might be able to put all the negatives under one category, and that category might be fears that it would be too hard. I can't speak for the designer's motivation, but it almost feels like the decision points that I disagreed with might have all been set up to make the case easier. For example, Jonathan points out it was very weirdly structured that in the beginning of the case, we're told, here are these 5 suspects, find the one prime suspect. Then we eliminated 4, we were left with our 1. Then when we advanced to the next stage, something very weird happened. First, we got a letter exonerating the woman from being blackmailed, but we had already exonerated her. And then we got an especially weird situation where it was nice that there was a little intermission, basically, where the intermission was find out where the guy's hiding, and that was very quickly solved. But then we got a very weird introduction to part 3. And it's worth looking at that again because it was particularly strange. Because the game said essentially, I want to find it so we can look at it. By the way, you guys are welcome to sign off at this point after you've given your thoughts. But, okay, so when we get to the final part, the third act of the game, it gave us something very weird. It said, "Dear detective, we've brought in your prime suspect that we think did it. We got his glove and hair, but ultimately following pressure from his solicitor, cross-referencing his movements with bank records, it was decided that the evidence was too inconclusive and he was allowed to let go." So it doesn't say, hey, they found he was innocent. It doesn't say he has a solid alibi and so he couldn't have been the killer. Instead, it says it was inconclusive. Then it says we went back through the evidence and now there are 3 people that could have been in the building. And then it says, oddly, there's no sign of tampering with the hardware. This is all fair. This is nice. It sort of deceives you. But then it says, look what it says. It says, since you have already eliminated the original suspects, it must be one of the new suspects. Your objective is to find Neil's killer from the list of the 3 suspects. That's a very bizarre thing to do. To tell us the evidence is inconclusive against this guy, but now at this paragraph, it says, trust us, whoever us is. I guess this is Chief Inspector Andrew. It wasn't him for sure now. Here it's inconclusive. Here it's for sure that it must be one of these 3. Which makes the case much easier now there's 3. And then, to top off the odd stuff, then the stack of evidence that came in this thing was evidence that was useful for proving or suggesting that Hurley didn't do it. Very confusing. Here it's inconclusive. Here, trust us, he didn't do it. And then here's evidence to help you decide whether you think he did it. And that evidence was inconclusive, although it was pretty convincing. I don't understand that. Like, even if you wanted to tell the people it must be one of these 3, then why not just say, we checked his bank statements and he has a solid alibi, and then leave it at that? Why are you giving us suggestive evidence that he didn't do it, but then telling us we don't care about this because you should trust us? And if you don't mean for us to trust us, don't say this. And it's clear that they don't even want you to consider anyone by the 3 when you get to the answer point, because it only lists these 3. Very bizarre. The only explanation I can give is that at some point they decided this game is too hard. Even though we've prepared evidence from Hurley, let's just tell them right out that it's not Hurley. And I think we would have enjoyed the game much more. It would have been much more interesting if they did exactly what Jonathan said. Instead of eliminating the 5 and then getting to 3, what they should have said at this list was, we're not sure it's Hurley. We're not 100% convinced, even though he looked like such a good suspect. Maybe it's still him, maybe it's not. But guess what? There's 3 more people that you better consider. Now you got to consider 8 and maybe give us a little bit extra ways to rule out those other 5. And I think for a case that we want it to be hard, I think it would have been more enjoyable if we still had to chew on Hurley a bit, maybe even some of the others. So that was a very strange situation there. The best guess would be that they felt the game was too hard. And so they eliminated Hurley before they should have. Nicholas says, I think this series makes excellent use of photographic evidence. Marine biologist's case also had a key detail hidden in the picture. Yeah, that's a great point. They've used photographic evidence, all of the evidence actually, the timelines, the dense documents have been good. The photographic evidence has been very good here. And I would add here, and in the previous one, I would add here, though, the timeline information was quite good use of it in this case. That was fun to use. John says, one other thing I might stress a little is I really enjoyed the PI notes at the start. I think it was a good middle ground of feeding us a little narrative with intrigue, but not so long that it might bore some players. Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Jonathan and I, both of us are on the same page when it comes to wanting a little narrative motivation for these cases. And to have this case be about, this case was about espionage, but it was the murder tied in, and a murder of someone that we were led to care about a little bit through that intro. Nicholas says, in this case, I guess there was a hell of a lot of coincidences. So many unusual things happening the same night for it to be believable. Felt more like a movie with a plot twist. Yeah, I think that's fair. With these games, I'm willing to give a little bit of a benefit of the doubt for those kinds of suspending disbelief about the coincidences. Yeah, I loved it. I would absolutely play more of these games. Maybe setting our expectations in terms of difficulty a little lower, but otherwise really good. I meant to mention when we started to play this case of corporate espionage, I wanted to make a recommendation for a book that got made into a movie. I was trying to remember the name. I believe it's The Informant, about Archer Daniels Midland, a giant chemicals company, made into a movie with Matt Damon. I believe it's The Informant. Movie's pretty good. Book's pretty amazing. I would highly recommend, if you want a book on corporate espionage, twist, and book that keeps surprising, go check out The Informant. All right, anything else to talk about before we wrap this up? A 5-hour stream, reasonably short for us. Very enjoyable. Anything else the chat wants to say? Whoops. It's clear you play enough of these games, you start to know what to look for, though. You're looking for those clocks being wrong. That one was interesting, though, because it had 2 timestamps. All right. Jonathan says it was fun. Thanks, Nicola Ginny, for playing along. Everyone helped with this case. Everyone helped. All right, folks. Have a good evening. Have a good rest of your week. Maybe we'll play again this weekend. If you want to help decide what games we play next, go to the Board Game Geek Guild for this YouTube channel. There's a link to it on the YouTube About page. There's a thread there where we're going through all the games that we have access to that we can play. There's some behind me here, and we can always play Deadbolt mystery boxes, but we've got a bunch of cold case games. We've even got one that Jonathan wants to play specifically because we think it'll be bad. Maybe that one will be next. I'll see you next time.